I'm going to call the hearing to order. People want to take their seats and their conversations. We will start the public hearing. You can continue your conversation, just do it outside. We do comment, yeah. We can start, right? We don't take comments. Oh, do we have?
Is this yours?
That is mine, yeah. I know, I'll put it. Can you give me an agenda? For them?
Do you don't have one?
Is it in here?
Right in the front.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if I did it wrong.
No, it's probably. No, I don't have an agenda.
I'm gonna time the hour,
Yeah,
and once you hear the beep, that means the hour's up. And
Okay,
then
thank
we
you.
start alternating, okay?
yeah, got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the public hearing to order. This is the public hearing for the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. We have 16 bills that we will take public testimony on today, and we have a long list of people ready to testify. I don't see Senator Looney in the room, and as a result, I think we'll just move on to the folks who are second, third, and fourth on our list. As I understand it, folks from the Connecticut State system are here to talk, and so that would be President Chang along with Ben Barnes and Sean Bradbury. And you're welcome to approach. Welcome to the committee. We're glad to see you again and ready to hear your testimony. Did you submit your testimony beforehand? I don't have a paper copy in front of me.
Yeah, we submitted it, I think about an hour and a half ago or so. So I don't
Okay.
see it up online, but like we're happy to just touch on anything afterwards if you'd like. I know Terrence has his testimony, but we're happy to go any bills that you have specific questions on, we can address.
Thank you very much. President Chang, welcome.
Thank you so much. Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, Senator Kelly, Representative Haynes, members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system. I have with me our Vice President for Finance and Administration, Ben Barnes, and our Senior Director of Government Relations and External Affairs, Sean Bradbury. We have submitted written testimony on a number of bills before you today. But I would like to focus on SB 8 and specifically the proposal to expand the PACT program. As you know, PACT was created by the legislature in 2019 and has grown ever since. Last year's expansion of PACT to part-time students allowed the program to reach new heights, expanding access and opportunity to tens of thousands of students while helping the community colleges stabilize their enrollment. This year alone, last fall and this spring, the PACT program has provided free college to more than 11,000 individual students who have received nearly 19,000 awards as part of the program. But even with PACT's clearly demonstrated success, we would like to see the program expand even further and help more students. Right now, students with prior college credits and students who drop below the minimum credit threshold cannot benefit from PACT. This shuts out approximately 2,000 transfer students from the program. SB 8 would change this. SB 8 would also significantly increase the minimum grant awarded to students. This would help some of our neediest students address costs like housing, transportation, food insecurity, and childcare. The PACT expansions included in SB 8 will undoubtedly increase affordability and access to high quality education for thousands of more Connecticut residents. But we can go further, and we should. Our CSCU 2030 PACT Plus proposal includes the following options that we would encourage the committee to look at and consider. First, eliminate the in-state high school graduation requirement. This would allow an additional 3,000 Connecticut residents, both first-time and returning students, be a part of this life-changing program. Second, extend PACT to cover summer courses. This would help students with retention, academic momentum, and time to degree. In short, it would help students hit the job market faster or further their education more quickly right here in Connecticut. 3, eliminate the minimum credit threshold. Many of our students work and have families, and they do not have the luxury of taking more than one class at a time. They want to earn degrees and improve their lives, just like anyone else. They should not be excluded from PACT. Final point here, extend PACT to students pursuing certain bachelor's degrees. CSCU 2030 would expand PACT to students at our 4 regional universities and Charter Oak State College who are pursuing degrees in state workforce priority fields. This will allow more than 7,000 students per year to pursue their bachelor's degrees free of tuition in areas such as healthcare, education, business and technology, and more. These are bold, ambitious ideas that will require investment, but we believe the time is now to invest in our system and our state. You've heard me say it before, you will hear me say it over and over again. Our students come from Connecticut, they're educated and trained in Connecticut, and more than 90% of our graduates stay to live and work in Connecticut. We deeply appreciate the committee and the co-sponsors of the bill putting forward this proposal to expand the PACT program because it shows your commitment to public higher education, your commitment to equity, and your true belief in the people of our state. So thank you again for your time and the opportunity to address you all today, and we are happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, President Chang. I don't know if we appreciate your concise testimony, but I notice, I will just point out for members of the committee that you've also submitted testimony in a number of other bills. We might get to a couple of questions that we might have about those other bills as well.
Certainly.
But on Senate Bill 8, let me just say that, like, in principle, I agree with you entirely. I think as somebody who's a product of state universities here in Connecticut, first generation goer myself, I think that we need to work really hard to make sure that an affordable, quality higher education is within reach of every student and every person in the state of Connecticut. I think that we'd probably be best do that if we just decided to make community colleges free, using the resources that are already available to us through the federal government and elsewhere. And I think that is an attainable goal if there was enough political willpower to make that happen. That being said, this is a very difficult budget year, as you know. I mean, we're going to hear from you tomorrow, I think, in the Appropriations Committee on a subcommittee that I chair and that Senator Slapp serves on as well, but I co-chair with Senator Flexer. And we know that there's, significant gap to fill in the budget to ensure that the state system is made whole and can do next year what it's done this year. So my question, I guess, is like, when I look at the proposals, it's really just a matter of trying to triage and what do we do first and what do we try to do first. One question I wanted to ask you is about the, how do we try to make a decision about whether or not we should more fully support full-time students who will go to community college full-time, returning students and some of the other folks who are not eligible, as opposed to lowering the credit threshold. And the thing that I worry about most is the completion rate for students who begin their community college career as a part-time student versus a full-time student. I feel pretty strongly that we want to encourage completion as much as possible. We want students to get to their goals as quickly as possible and to be successful. And but you correct me if I'm wrong, but can you give me a feel for what the experience is in terms of graduation rates between students who attend community college full-time versus part-time?
So I don't have those statistics at our fingertips. We will provide them for you, of course. But what I would offer to your question, which I think is very accurate and very astute, is that things are changing and that this proposal, CSCU 2030, is a demonstration of our forward thinking as to how to continue to adapt to that change in as real time as possible. If we look at the demographics of the United States, but particularly in the Northeast and in New England, the pool of traditionally college eligible students continues to shrink. And that's not going to change anytime soon. So we as a system must continue to adapt in terms of how do we serve the state best. That means we have to more readily adapt a lifelong learner sensibility. Those are folks who are going to go in and go out of educational and training opportunities throughout their whole lives. That is incumbent upon us to do that, as we are the state's system. And ultimately, we have the assets and the ability to do that, of course, along with the will. But I think we have to recognize that the traditional high school student that goes into college, that pool continues to shrink, and that we have to continue to serve the needs of folks who want to continue to evolve in their careers and do that right here in Connecticut. The other piece that I would offer in terms of assessing, what is most important, I think, to try to kind of boil through your question a bit, in our estimation, all of it is important, but I do think that the support of students, the students that we serve, we are an inclusive system. We are not an exclusive system. Our students choose us. We do not choose them. We have to serve them to the best of our abilities. And that means that we have to look at those wraparound services that are both academic as well as life-serving, because our students are good as anyone, but they don't stop their educations because of their acumen or their intellect. They stop because they are not coming from bases socioeconomically that would allow them to have some of the advantages that, say, my own family might. So we have to be very honest about that and provide as many resources as possible to support them in those wraparound ways. So I think that is key. And I would say that PAC Plus is a part of that. PAC Plus is a part of making sure that our folks who go into higher education, whether they're 18 years old or they're, beyond the traditional age, that they don't engage in these situations and these opportunities and ultimately accrue more debt and ultimately absorb even more kind of pressure, downward pressure on their trajectories. The last thing I'll say in response is that when you talk about the difference between graduation rates or what have you, I would argue that we need to start to recalibrate what metrics we use. When we think about the fact that less than 20% nationally of students that are pursuing higher education go into that traditional straight out of high school into college, we're going to go in, we're going to go out in 4 years. That's a very, very small part of the pool now. We have to recalibrate our thinking and our metrics in terms of what is success. I think it's unfair to say about community college students, as an example, that they need to graduate in 3 years. That's not realistic. That's not fair. And ultimately, all it does is continue to exacerbate a kind of negative thinking towards community college students, a stigma that they are not capable or not successful if they don't do a certain thing according to a particular metric. The folks that go to community colleges and many of the people that go to our universities, they have families, they have lives, they have jobs. They can't afford to do certain things that traditional quote unquote students can do. And so I think we want to adapt to that and serve them. And I think we will see an even greater impact in their success and their outcomes when we do so.
Yeah, I appreciate that response, and I certainly wouldn't try to compare, some of those statistics between different sorts of institutions. Four-year institutions certainly, are serve a much different population and have a much different set of services. I mean, just the room and board alone, when you think about that, is pretty significant. And statistics do show that if you have any kind of post-secondary education, that your earning power significantly increases, even if you don't eventually earn a degree or a credential. Statistics also show that if you earn that degree or credential, then your earnings continue to rise. And I think that all of our goal is the same. What can we do to help individuals who are trying to access the system get where they want to be as quickly and efficiently as possible?
Yeah.
Life gets in the way, certainly, and I think certainly with non-traditional students, there are economic pressures and social pressures, and family pressures, all that stuff that could really impact, their completion rate. It's one of the reasons why I really like one aspect of the PAC program, which is the minimum grant award, because it recognizes that that there are costs to going to education that aren't really reflected in the tuition or the book costs. It's the opportunity loss of income earning potential.
That's right.
They could be working at a job at the same time. And so
That's right.
trying to mitigate that cost, I think, is one of the reasons why we included the minimum grant, and I support its expansion.
Thank
Are
you.
there any other questions about Senate Bill 8? I guess I'll start with Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, President, for coming in. I have two quick questions. And you suggested removing the requirement for the high school requirement in Connecticut high school diploma to get the free money. What would be the mechanism you'd suggest for proving residency for the individual to then be able to get the free tuition? And my concern is, essentially one of the big things that happened with colleges across the country in the 80s was a very tightening up of residency requirements. So students wouldn't come, start college, take a couple of years off, and then return on the in-state tuition. To get kids who would kind of state shop and
Mhm.
get their residency. And then a lot of them would then return to the state they originally were from. What would be the mechanism of showing that they are Connecticut residents? Are we talking 1-year residency, 5-year residency? What would be the plan there?
It's a great question, Representative. Vice President Barnes wants to respond, but I'll say that it is something that we would clearly want to sharpen and articulate. Just because that's the right way to frame and establish things. I would postulate a theory that many of our students would not have the luxury of state shopping, and that I think this would open up actually different pathways for those who we would certainly want to confirm are Connecticut residents to take advantage of this. But I'll let Vice President Barnes articulate further.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the existing PAC statute requires that students demonstrate residency in accordance with state statute, which requires 1-year residency in order to get in-state tuition. And that's already a requirement. So the reason that we're recommending removing the Connecticut high school requirement is that we believe that it is is desirable for us to change the PAC program so that it is more applicable to adult learners, lifelong learners who would seek to use the PAC program to further their education. If you're talking about recent high school graduates who are Connecticut residents, they probably went to a Connecticut high school. But there are lots of folks. I mean, I've lived in Connecticut for 35 years. And I went to high school in another state. And there are lots of adults who ended up in Connecticut for one reason or another and have been living here and paying taxes for decades, but did not attend a high school in Connecticut. And so at that point, it becomes somewhat arbitrary that if you're talking about a couple of people in their 40s, that one of them went to, high school in Glastonbury and one of them went to high school in Springfield, Massachusetts. They're both longtime residents of Connecticut, and we would prefer to treat them the same.
I'll just add, from being the one fielding most of the constituent requests that we get from all of your offices on this, the number one issue that we have is the prior credit restriction followed closely by the in-state high school graduation requirement, as far as like students that have not been eligible for the program but have expressed a desire for it. And we've seen a multiplicity of issues with this. It could be from somebody who spent their entire educational career in Connecticut. You're a product of a divorce home, and one of the parents moves to New York, moves to New Jersey. They spend their last year in high school at a New Jersey high school, New York high school, and that 1 year, just because that's where they graduated, disqualifies them for the program. Same thing with the pool of adult learners. These are still going to be in-state Connecticut residents. They're still going to meet the same in-state residency requirements we ask of anybody to meet in-state tuition. We're not asking to change any of those standards at all. We just want to give everybody a fair shot. If you are a Connecticut resident, that you should be eligible for this program. You're paying the taxes to support it. You might as well reap the advantages of it. And this is honestly the pool of students that is, we're looking to go after more and more, these lifelong adult learners. And if we don't have the ability to market this program to them, not only are we losing students for enrollment, but these students are losing a potentially life-changing opportunity to access a college education at an affordable price that we think they should all have access to.
Thank you. I understand that. But I'm going to kind of propose a scenario that I think you should think about. Student who's in Massachusetts, fine state, next door to us, decides to do their gap year in Connecticut. They do their 1-year residency, they would be eligible. So I think what I'm suggesting is maybe the residency requirement needs to be tightened up a little bit, because if you're offering free tuition, that's an economic incentive that I think a lot of our neighbors next door, whether it's New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, would find very beneficial. And with a 1-year residency, a lot of kids are doing gap year. They do a gap year in living in Connecticut. They now have residency. Something to think about as we move forward and tighten this up.
I absolutely appreciate the concern. I would just add that as long as that student remains a Connecticut resident after that gap year, if they move here and they're here in Connecticut for a year, as long as they remain in Connecticut while they're a student with us, they maintain that in-state residency qualifications that they'll meet. If they were to move out of state after that year, they would lose it. So, we're just asking to hold these students to the same standards that we ask our students at any other public institution of higher education to qualify for whether it's in-state tuition eligibility or any other Roberta Willis Scholarship Program eligibility. We're just asking, this is kind of the one aberration in qualification for state scholarships that we have in here. And we're just looking to equalize that to make sure that all students are treated equally in the state.
Representative Cooley, I would just add, your point is well taken in that there are fine details to all of these proposals that we're making. We will certainly look at what other states are doing. We want to be competitive so that, frankly, folks from other states would want to come here, educate here, stay here, live here. But to your point, we also don't want to make sure the back door is wide open and that ultimately the state ends up being burdened unfairly. And so your point is well taken. We appreciate it, and we will do additional research in that area.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I thank you, gentlemen, for coming in and testifying today, because this is the process in which we work out the details so we end up with a good bill. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being with us today. It's nice to see you in person. I had a couple follow-up questions. I saw in your testimony specifically to SB 8 that it was estimated that about 2,000 additional transfer students might be eligible for PACT. But you referenced, thank you, in your testimony, the range of other options we could be looking at as a committee to expand PACT. And I heard a few numbers in there, but I was wondering in total, do you all have a sense of how many more students would be eligible for PACT based on those other expansions that you know?
Yes, good afternoon, almost,
Hi, yeah,
Representative Farrar.
yeah.
I was about to say good morning. I
Yeah.
realized time was passing. We have developed some preliminary estimates of how many additional students and what the cost would be based on the current panel of students that we have now. In fact, I'm about to be able, I just learned today, have developed a de-identified database of our current PAC students, which we'll share with the committee staff and the legislative staff so that you can understand some of the interactions of various policy proposals on the current group of students. I would caution, though, that we are, tuition is cyclical. And the cycle of tuition, not tuition enrollment, and the cycle where we are in that cycle following the pandemic is our enrollment is relatively low. I believe that expansions of the PAC program, especially significant, meaningful expansions of the PAC program, like what you're considering in SB 8, will help us to regain enrollment. And it's very difficult to know. We're kind of in uncharted territory with there seem to be some fundamental changes in student preferences about college enrollment that are changing a lot of the dynamics. So it's very difficult for us to say how much it will grow. But all of the estimates that I'm giving you now are based on the current fall of 22 and the spring of 23, and the students who are enrolled there and what their circumstances and family income and the like are. If we expand PACT, it will absolutely be our intention to market that as effectively and as exhaustively as we can, and to use that new source of financial aid to try to convince additional students to further their higher education in the Connecticut community colleges. And if we're successful, the numbers will go up. So I put that out as a caveat. We also we haven't been able to model every single scenario because depending on the order with which you were to add in, so for instance, there are a lot of students who might be not eligible for PACT because they both went to a Massachusetts high school and they once took they took a semester of college, in 1979 and never went back. And so you would have to eliminate both of those two eligibility restrictions in order for that individual to come in. So depending on the order that you add them in, it changes some of the dynamics. But in general, we believe that if you were to eliminate all of the, there's a couple big categories. First of all, the current appropriation is short of resources we currently have demand for about 750 students a semester beyond what the current appropriation, the current funding allows. We have about $19 million worth of demand for PACT in the current year. And we have about $18 million of resources, including 15 million in new money this year and 3 million that was carried forward from the pandemic. So we're a little short. We're still packaging some students. It's it happened. There's adjustments that happen. We're hoping that ultimately everyone gets covered, but we're not quite certain that we'll have enough for everybody. In addition, we think that there are about 4,000 students who would be allowed into the program if you eliminated the first time in college program. That's based on the number who identified as transfer students and were disqualified for that. But we also check with the National Clearinghouse to ensure that students may not have had significantly, prior college, like well before, rather than somebody who's just transferring from one school, transferring from, from Central, say, transferring from Central to a community college, they would identify themselves as a transfer, ask for transfer of credits. They would not be eligible for PACT. But then we also check in the clearinghouse and determine sometimes that people are ineligible because they attended college, 10 or 20 or 5 years ago, what have you. We have not yet, we're still working on how to tease out exactly what the number of those are, but those are in addition to the 4,000 who are transfer students who come in. They're also, the first time ever in college also picks up students who discontinue. So if you sign up for PACT and you go to community college and you attend for a semester or two, and then you have you get a new job, and so you have to reduce to part-time hours, and so you're only taking 2 classes for a semester, you would lose your PACT eligibility forever because of discontinuation of the program, and that is essentially the same restriction as the first time ever in college, because that person will no longer be first time in college. So we're still working to tease out exactly how much each of those pieces are, but the transfer alone is 4,000, and all the remaining, we also think that there are about 3,200 who are disqualified because they are not Connecticut high school graduates. And then there are about an additional 1,700 who are not eligible, but did fill out a FAFSA. And so hypothetically could be, but they're ruled out for one of those other reasons that I said we're working to enumerate. Lastly, I would point out that there are about 4,000 or 5,000 students a semester who do not complete a FAFSA within our system. That group might have, there are a number of reasons why those students might not fill out a FAFSA. They are undocumented and don't have, and so they would have to fill out the alternative. They're not eligible to fill out a FAFSA. There are students who maybe because their family income is relatively high, and they have made the calculation that they're unlikely to receive a Pell Grant or get benefit from a need-based aid program, so they don't bother. It's actually a complex process. If you're not going to get any benefit, you might not fill out a FAFSA. And then there are students who just don't know that if they were to complete a FAFSA, then they would be eligible for more funding. Now, that is in spite of our significant efforts to get everybody to fill out a FAFSA. We really are trying to get those numbers down. I believe that if the expansion in SB 8 passes or any of the additional expansions that we've recommended, that those students who don't fill out a FAFSA, a considerable number of them will. If all of a sudden this is, they have a good chance of getting a full scholarship to community college, that's, I think, quite an inducement to pull out those old tax returns and complete the FAFSA, because that is, the inducement is more significant. So that number, like I said, is about 3 or 4,000 a semester. It varies each semester. We believe that the request that we included in our PACT Plus proposal of $50 million, $51 million would allow us to eliminate all of these restrictions in the program, and would also allow for an increase in the minimum grant award, excuse me, and also accommodate significant growth in enrollment and FAFSA completion amongst our existing students. But we'll continue to work to try to tease out the specific number that would be eligible as a result of the elimination of the prior college experience requirement in SB 8.
Representative Farrar, if I may, so
Please, President.
you can see we've given this an
A
intensive
good
amount
amount
of
of thought.
a
Yeah.
lot of thought, and it doesn't mean that it's over by any stretch of the imagination. This is clearly part of the process, and we want to take your feedback and continue to sharpen that. But you can see, again, Vice President Barnes, Sean, our whole team has been processing this. But I'll restate something that we've said publicly that we still feel great confidence in. Okay, we believe that we could, with these recommended changes going into effect, more than double the current number of PACT recipients. We can more than double them. And further, we believe that we could cover nearly every student who fills out a FAFSA. So that's the boil down, not to supersede what Ben said, because Ben clearly has done. Ben's work allows me to say something like that.
Yeah, of
I
course,
guess is
of
what I would
course.
say, but I wanted to make sure you had a clear takeaway from the
No,
question.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that. And it kind of goes to the chairman's comments earlier that, the goal of PACT from the beginning is how do we make sure that there aren't these barriers out there for students who at all phases of their life are trying to advance their education. So I appreciate that. I did want to ask one other follow-up, kind of based on, again, SB 8 or your proposal. I think at the heart of PACT is not just to provide this opportunity for education, but also to potentially speed up the completion of one's education. So the chairman noted earlier, and you commented a little bit, that of course we shouldn't, have these preconceptions that, a four-year degree is the standard, because it isn't. But how do you all kind of see PACT as, kind of having evidence of folks being actually able to complete their degree sooner? And have you seen that?
So,
Thank you.
I'll start, and then I know Ben and Sean will probably have more to add. We believe that PACT Plus, well, first of all, let me say this. We firmly believe that public higher education is a public good that deserves to be invested in. And because we are one of the primary girders of the state, you can't look, in any direction without seeing one of our alums that's either, serving the state or even at the federal level, or, in any corner of our local and statewide economy. We are holding that up, our alums, our faculty, our staff, and so forth. So that said, we believe that the investment in PACT is part of the wraparound services. The more we can decrease debt burdens on those who are pursuing public higher education, the more we are going to be able to help them to succeed. And I think we have to also, honestly recognize that there are inequities, across different strata of society. And that we are the folks, our system, our institutions, our faculty and staff are the ones who serve those students to the best of our ability. So that investment in something like PAC Plus and those wraparound services will certainly accelerate the time to degree, the time to credential, a high quality credential, one that I would put against any institution in our state and across our country. And I think the other thing that we have to know then is that these kinds of wraparound services are going to help them go there, and that we have evidence from other programs, both within our state and across the country, that such wraparound services do help the students to graduate more quickly with higher GPAs and so forth. So, and that again is evidence that we are more than happy to provide to the committee.
I would like to add to that a couple of points related to completion and retention. We've begun to see, and we'll provide the data. We have one semester and 1 year retention rates that we think, depending on the subgroup that you're looking at, are improving by 3 to 8% based on our early data. The first cohort of PAC students started right before the pandemic, so completion analysis of that group is a little suspect, because the pandemic clearly would have had a greater impact than anything else on their ability to complete over the last several years. But we have a couple sort of on the backside of the pandemic where we can demonstrate improved retention, meaningfully improved retention amongst PAC students. In addition, I think that one of the main reasons for stop-outs, people that discontinue their education, is cost. So to the extent that we're providing a low cost or no cost education, that improves the likelihood of students persevering and completing. I have to say that the credit limit as an inducement to completion, while I understand that, and I think it may have some benefit toward encouraging completion for some students who elect to take an extra course because it maintains their eligibility. That's I understand the mechanism by which that feature would improve completion. However, it also has significant downsides, namely that our poorest and our non-white students tend to have lower credit attempts than our more prosperous and our white students in the community colleges. So that to the extent that we limit the program to students who are attempting more credits in any given semester, we have a disequitable impact on the distribution of those funds to our students.
And I'll just add to that, like, we really appreciate the legislature and the governor for expanding the PAC program down to 6 credits last session. That's made a tremendous impact on the students that we're able to reach with this program, and it's made it much more equitable and more reflective of the student populations that we actually serve. So if you saw in the original PAC program with the 12 credit threshold, the population of students that we were serving was disproportionately whiter than our overall population of community college students. After that change down to 6 credits, it's still not matching what our overall diversity of our system is, but it is now a majority minority serving program. And it's a little bit more reflective of the students that we actually serve at our colleges. And we think that's made a tremendous impact at expanding reach. I mean, the reality is, our students, a lot of them are not attempting a full credit load, not because of lack of interest or lack of desire to do so. It's because a lot of them have jobs, they have obligations, they are caregivers, they have families. There's transportation issues. I think the best way to incentivize full-time attainment is to increase the minimum grant award, especially at the higher credit thresholds, because that then takes some of the downward pressure on students who may have to choose between working a part-time job and going to school, who may need to worry about paying for childcare and going to school, who have a plethora of other ways that life gets in the way, that increasing that grant can help them address that. And, you know, we always think that incentives for students to get to full-time attainment should be additive, not punitive. So if we're going to have like expand a program that can cover everybody at every credit load, you know that it's free. You know, as a student, I can come to a Connecticut community college and I know that I'm going to get a free education. If you want to incentivize that student to take a higher credit load, easing the burdens of life getting in the way is probably the better way to address that than making them ineligible for the program. The intent is wonderful. Like we all want the intent of our student. We would love for every student to be able to, you know, go full time, but the reality is that's not possible for a huge number of our students. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to reach them with more and more supports and more financial aid.
Thank you all for walking through those options. And if you wouldn't mind just sharing, again, any of the data points that we spoke through with the whole committee, I think that would really help us understand the options before us. So I want to thank you for the time and thank the chairman for the time as well.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. Senator Slapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Let me say, as somebody who graduated from Springfield Central High School, but has been in the state for 30 years, I think there is merit to, you know, letting folks from who graduated from a high school out of state participate in the PAC program. I have 3 questions. So I think what I'll do is I'll just ask the questions and then you guys can take them in any order that you want and have whoever you think most appropriate answer them. First one is kind of building on what both Representative Haddad and Representative Farrar have been mentioning about, you know, look, if we get rid of the minimum credit, and so, you know, we open it up and perhaps graduation rates are not what we hang our hat on in terms of measure of success, then how do we measure success? Is it participation, which is what Sean, I think was kind of was touching on? Is it that, or are there, you know, are there other things where we can say, okay, this is successful if we're not going to go rely solely on completion rates? So that's one question I have. Another one is about how we effectively, what seems to me like we're fighting for market share, right, in terms of demographics and perhaps unfortunately a shrinking market, it would seem like. In light of that, we've seen other states, I think in New York, Massachusetts, we just read that the governor there is proposing free community college. So we've talked about so far, you have about, you know, the benefits if we expand PAC. I'm wondering if we could, what I'm asking, I guess, is that if we don't, what might be the repercussions, do you think? Are we going to be losing more and more students to you know, Springfield Technical Community College and right as other states move in this direction? And then the last question I have is about Roberta Willis, and what we do in Senate Bill 8 is kind of a one shot. Do you think that there is merit to examining a kind of permanent decoupling of Roberta Willis from community college? And I do not mean divesting in any way, right, in terms of scholarship dollars, but just in terms of the structure of these two programs, because the more that we dig into it, and I'll just say, I'll speak for myself, the more I dig into it, see that they're connected, and it's hard to talk about one without the other. And as we look to make it streamlined, to get it to students earlier in the process, you know, it seems like there may be some broader reforms that are just in Senate Bill 8. So I'm wondering if you could opine on that as well. So
Certainly.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Slapp. Always appreciate your questions. So I'll take a poke at these, and then I'm certainly going to pass to my colleagues. In terms of the reducing the minimum credits, right? I think that is about creating as many opportunities, facilitating as much access and eliminating as many barriers as possible, right? And again, I would personally and professionally argue for, like I said before, recalibrating how we measure success. So this answer I'm about to give may not be you know, exactly what you want to hear, because it means that we can't measure things as quickly as we would like. But I think if we take a longitudinal view in terms of how we are actually looking at the value and the impact of our institutions and our system on the state for the long term, then I think we are going to have a much more holistic and honest view. Because I'll be frank, right now, our system is doing an incredible job. Our faculty, our staff, the folks that we are working with in the classrooms every day, the evidence is already there, what the value of the system is, but we have to now more formally reframe that. I would argue that we would look at things such as, where are our graduates going when they graduate? Into which companies? What kinds of jobs? What kind of income? We would measure the social mobility of our students when they leave our classrooms, they leave our institutions. Again, I have to reiterate, this is already happening. We know that our education that we give to our students is changing lives. We talk to these students every day. Our faculty and staff work with these students every day. They know that this is working, but we have to do a better job of measuring that and telling the story. So there are structures and approaches to measuring social mobility. I'm very happy to say that our institutions already rank quite highly on these social mobility indexes, but we can do a better job of compacting that data, telling the story, and making sure it is well presented. And the last thing I would tag to this, it was mentioned earlier, a kind of return on investment. I'm sorry, I'm a bureaucrat, so I use business terms, right? The return on investment on our education. We can see, because the data shows us that when you earn an associate's degree, your earning potential over 30 years or your career is hundreds of thousands of dollars more. I want to say it's close to $800,000 more over the arc of your career. When you earn a bachelor's degree, it's over $1 million more, and a master's degree is closer to 1.3 or $1.4 million more over the arc of your career. So I would argue that those longitudinal metrics are going to be a much more accurate and more valuable way of looking at the totality of impact. Of course, that doesn't mean that we would shy away from short-term metrics that hold us accountable, because we want to be held accountable so that folks know that we are doing what we say we're going to do, and we're doing it as well as we should be doing it. So we would certainly want to work with the legislature and all of our stakeholders to really come up with the statistics that are accurate there. These you're talking about market share, Senator, and I think you're exactly right. Any of us who drive on 84 and 91, we're starting to see billboards from the State University of New York trying to offer in-state tuition to our students. There are a variety of programs there. I'm happy to tell you that in the coming months, we are continuing to sharpen a program, and ultimately we will launch a program next year that will look to bring more of our students who have stopped out for whatever reason back into our system. So they have prior earned credits, and we would want to bring them back into the system with some kind of incentive at whatever level it might be. We need to bring those folks back. There's data out there that says there are so many people who have prior earned credits but don't have a credential. And we know that that credential is a key to future success. So we want to facilitate that even more. I do think that we need to sharpen our value proposition, because there's so much value that we already provide, but we have to package it and tell the story even better. One thing I have to make clear, and I'm sorry to be pedantic about this, because I know many of you have already either heard it or read it from us, but it has been very challenging as a system that is only about 11 years old, to invest in programs and in faculty and in innovation and entrepreneurial ideas when we can demonstrate that our operating budget has essentially been flat, that the increases to our budget have gone to rising fringe costs for about 15 years, and that our operating budget as a system has actually been flat. And that means when you consider inflation, you consider obligations from CBAC over the years, our dollars are further and further compressed. It is so hard for our faculty and our staff to innovate in how they teach and how they sharpen their pedagogy and how they serve students with a flat operating budget over 15 years. All that said, I still firmly believe that our assets are there, our people are there. We are going to be able to create programs that are further aligned with the 21st century, but now it really is a matter of this discussion will lead to determining how much more are we going to invest to truly build. And I've been using this analogy, which is a little hokey, but I hope you will entertain me in this. We're talking about what tools are going to go in the toolbox, right? So if you give us a hammer and nails and a screwdriver, we can build you a shed, if you want us to build a skyscraper, you got to give us different tools, and I firmly believe we have what it takes to build that skyscraper. That's what the state deserves. That's what our students deserve. In terms of Willis, last thing I'll say, and I promise I'll stop talking for a minute. I think the idea of decoupling, and as you said, not disinvesting from the program, but decoupling it from our community colleges might actually be a good move forward, because I think it would allow us a level of dexterity as long as the funds were still there to support those students. It would give us greater dexterity. So let me pass over to my colleagues.
I'm not answering on the Roberta Willis question in a little bit more detail. With respect to the proposal in SB 8 that the supplemental ARPA funds be rededicated to the universities. I have reviewed that proposal with the financial aid offices at each of the universities to make sure that I understand that they review that proposal with the knowledge of their business. They believe that they do have the capacity, unlike the college system where, because of the configuration of Pell and the rules on Roberta Willis, it was very difficult for us to give those funds out. At the universities, they do have the ability to do it, but they will not be able to give out that much money for this fall, because by the time the money is available in July, they will have packaged the vast majority of their students. And so they will have we could provide more money to them, but those students will have already made a decision about which university or college they're going to attend based on a financial aid offer from the university that was made now or in the spring. And so the timing of Roberta Willis has always been a problem. It's more acute at the universities where they package students earlier in the cycle. At the community colleges, we start packaging now, but most of our students are packaged in the summer and then later in the summer. So that's a considerable issue. If you do make it available to the universities, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to award that some in the fall and then some for the following fall for the packaging that we do in the spring of 2024. So that's a caveat. I would say in general, one of the real defects of one of the real problems in the Willis program for us is that because the awards do come later in the process, typically after the legislature has completed the budget process, which is unavoidable. That means that we're often, for community college students, we often package them based on their need using institutional aid and TACT and other funds that are available. And then we learn about Willis. In some cases, we're able to award Willis to them. That frees up, for instance, institutional aid that we can then use for other students. So we make use of the Willis funds, but those are often not available to students when they're making the decision about attending our college. And as a result, I'm the finance guy, and so I very much I see it as a missed opportunity to have such a significant and important piece of financial aid that we can't tell our students about at the time when they're making a decision about where they want to go to school. So it's really important to me that if we're going to provide financial aid, that we do that in a way that supports our enrollment objectives by making those funds available to students at the time when they're making the decision. And unfortunately, right now, the Willis program does not provide that in many cases.
I'll just add to the market share piece. I'm really glad that you brought up that question, because I think it's critical for us to be acting right now on that, because it's not just that we're losing that we're facing an increasingly smaller pool of traditional aid students that we're going after, but within that pool of traditional aid students, we are losing market share, but we're not losing market share to other publics or to the nonprofit schools, for instance. It is overwhelmingly to for-profit institutions. And I may have my opinions about for-profit institutions, but the ones that we're losing it to, on an objective level, are having, we've had the issues with Stone Academy that have been abundantly clear to a lot of folks on this committee that we've talked about publicly the last week. But the schools that we're losing these students to have higher student loan default rates, have lower completion rates, have lower, if you're in a specific program like nursing, have lower NCLEX pass rates. These are schools that if we're not building programs that are marketing to students to come to our institutions that are lower costs, that have higher quality, that have better outcomes for these students, we're going to lose them to institutions that they're going to graduate, if they do graduate, with more debt, with, other challenges that I'm just trying to be careful with what I'm saying here, that are going to have some other challenges in place that we are all going to have to pick up the pieces from as a state, as we have seen abundantly clear with what has happened in the last few weeks. So I think it is critical now that we address like putting as much resources into financial aid as possible for our students with as much flexibility so that we can pull as many of these students into our public community colleges that are, I personally think the most affordable, most accessible, highest quality programs that we have in the state that are serving our students and have faculty and staff that deeply care about these students, not just while they're with us, but for the lifetime that they're pursuing their education and their goals ahead. So that's how we feel, at least on the market share piece, but I hope that our long responses on that answer your question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your thorough responses. And Mr. Barnes, I appreciate your comments, especially about the timing of scholarships and Roberta Willis. I mean, if there's one thing this committee does especially on Roberta Willis, it has to be addressing that timing, I think. So and I'm committed to trying to do that. So thank you very much for your answers, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you. I see Representative Weir has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Barnes, I had a first question to you just based on something you mentioned earlier on. You mentioned the FAFSA is where it is. Okay, FAFSA it's kind of a challenge to get that filled out regularly or with a regular. But you also mentioned an alternative to FAFSA for people who are not filling that out, maybe because they're undocumented. What is that alternative through you, Mr. Chair?
There is a state alternative to the FAFSA program for folks who are not eligible to complete a FAFSA. That is the basis for our determinations of institutional aid awards to students. And that was put into law 5 years ago, something like that, maybe 8.
Yeah, I want to.
Time flies. I'm sorry. Before I can, it's sometime in the last decade or so, that was instituted. It's not widely used. They're not. I mean, most students are eligible to complete a FAFSA, but there is an alternative for folks who do not have the citizenship established in order to, or residency established to complete a FAFSA.
So yeah, I believe Representative Haddad could correct me if I'm wrong. We worked on this bill. This was the institutional aid for undocumented students bill that we had several years ago that created this alternative. But this is strictly for institutional aid. Those students are not eligible for any federal financial aid. That program is also more expansive than just undocumented students. You have students, I'm speaking from my own perspective and a lot of my friends that are within the queer community that don't have access to a lot of their birth records. They may have challenges with their, they may be disassociated from their families. They don't have access to the documents that they need to produce to prove eligibility through a FAFSA. That having this alternative in place allows them to still file for whatever aid we're able to provide for them, but it is limited just to institutional aid. So this is not, that FAFSA alternative is strictly limited to that. It does not apply to, I don't believe they qualify for the PAC program. They don't qualify for federal financial aid like Pell. It is just that small pool of resources. But, I think broadly on that FAFSA increase, the more students we can encourage to fill out a FAFSA, the better it is for all of us. Students are leaving, in the state of Connecticut, millions and millions of dollars in unused federal financial aid on the table simply because they're not filling out a FAFSA. I think the piece in here that's really appealing for that is increasing those minimum grant awards. Right now at $250 for a student, for a full-time student, a student who thinks that they may have questionably be eligible for federal financial aid is going to look at it like, do I really want to fill out the FAFSA? We do not make it easy to fill it out at the federal level. But if you're incentivizing that student with $1,000, that's a very different proposition for somebody that may look at that and say, you know what, I want to actually take the time. $1,000 is absolutely worth anybody's time to go fill out that FAFSA. And that's a great way to incentivize students to do that. It also reduces the overall state costs for this program, because if more students are finding out that they have federal financial aid that they're not utilizing, that reduces our overall financial aid that we have to give out to all students. So we think that's a great way to incentivize that, and it's money well spent.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that. It's only because thank you for recognize or bringing me up to speed on what the other communities might be that use that, only because Mr. Barnes, you mentioned, the undocumented. So is that, it's a standardized form that you use, or similar? Because I filled out the FAFSA. I have 2 kids in college. I would agree it's a royal pain.
Yes.
I push it off as long as I can, sometimes 25 warnings, and I finally get around to doing it. So yes, please elaborate.
Yeah, I'd be happy to get you a copy so you can see what it looks like, but it is a FAFSA equivalent. There, it's established in statute that, they, on top of providing that FAFSA equivalent, there's an attestation that students have to provide with that as well. So we'd be happy to, I don't have that with me, but I'll try to get a copy. I see my colleague Steve McDowell is back there. We'll more than happily get a copy of that for you so you can see that and just see what our students have to fill out. It is none of them are fun to fill out, neither the FAFSA nor the FAFSA alternative. So I will, I'll leave it at that. But happy to provide it for you.
Okay, thank you. I have just a couple more. And I think this goes to President Chang. I thank you for bringing up the issue of, or the item of prior earned credits when you're trying to attract, more of that market share, because I think that's important. I fall into that category myself of being enticed to go back to finish my degree. And I also appreciate your answer on, job placement. I mean, that may not be exact words, but as a measurement of success versus a graduation rate, that's important. So I thank you. And the last thing is, you mentioned that the fringe costs, with the rising fringe costs, that's been a kind of a pressure on you in relation to the overall budget being flat. To what extent are those under your control? What influence do you have over the fringe costs through you, Mr. Chair?
I want to make sure we're answering the question accurately. Can you just repeat that last portion? Because the door opened and I heard a little noise.
Sure. You had mentioned that you've been able to keep basically the overall budget. What I heard was flat amongst rising inflation, rising fringe costs. And I wanted just to see, the question is, to what influence or what degree do you have control over the fringe cost portion of that?
So I'll let Vice President Barnes answer the fringe piece, but I want to make sure if I misspoke earlier, I apologize. The point I was trying to make was that our operating budget from the state appropriation has essentially been flat for 15 years. We have not been working to keep the budget flat per se. The budget we have been given to work with has been flat. And when you compound that with CBEC obligations, which, listen, those are important because our employees, our staff and faculty deserve to be paid appropriately. But those are real obligations that need to be funded. And then inflation, then the dollars have been compressed. But I'll let Ben talk a little bit about the fringe portion of your question.
I think the short answer is we have no control over the fringe benefits. There are some factors that individual employees determinations that they make. So if the one control over fringe benefits is that if we don't hire somebody, we don't have to pay their fringe. But if we do hire them, and we need to hire lots of people, then we have to pay their fringe. The fringe rate does vary based on the choice of pension program that the individual employee makes. So they're in higher education, employees are eligible for something called the ARP, the Alternative Retirement Program, which is a defined contribution program. And that has a much lower fringe rate associated with it because there's no unfunded liability associated with that. Similarly, the fringe rate is dependent on the specifics of the health benefit package that an employee chooses. So if you choose to buy the highest tier of insurance, you pay a higher cost share, but that also impacts the state's fringe rate, and whether you have a family or you're an individual impacts your individual fringe rate. It's calculated by individual, and we then go total that up, which is one of the reasons that projections of fringe are complicated and difficult and change every time we look at the numbers. But the short answer is there's nothing we can do other than pay the fringes based on the schedule of rates provided by the controller.
Representative Weir, I certainly want to allow you to continue to ask your questions, but I just want to point out one thing. The next person who's scheduled to come up to testify is the Chief Financial Officer at UConn. I took a forward look at his testimony. It's about 10 pages of data about fringe rates in higher education. And in the interest of time, we might consider waiting to hear his testimony. Perhaps Mr. Barnes would like to stay in the room as well, and we can deal with questions about that once. But I think a lot of your questions might be answered specifically around the fringe rate by the next person's testimony. I would also say that we're a little bit over an hour into the public hearing. Our rules require that after the first hour that we begin to alternate between the public officials list and the public list. And so I think that after Mr. Gagan testifies, I'll be moving. I just want to give people advance notice. We'll be moving to number 12 on the list, who's Kaylee Townsend, and then we'll go back to we'll be alternate between the elected, the agency folks and members of the public. And so with that, feel free to continue to ask questions, but I just wanted to let the committee know that we're about to get a good dose of fringe benefit analysis too, coming soon.
Assure you that Mr. Gagan is extraordinarily well qualified to discuss the subject.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only brought it up just because it was mentioned, and that answers my question. I'll look forward to the 10 pages of further testimony.
Are there any additional questions? Looking online, looking in the room, I don't see any. Actually, there are a couple other questions I had about other parts of your testimony, but I will ask them offline. I appreciate your willingness to come here and testify for us and for the time that you spent with us. We appreciate that very much, and wish you a good day.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time and your work as well.
Sure. And as previously indicated, next up from UConn, the Executive Vice President of Finance and the CFO is Jeff Gagan. Following Mr. Gagan, we'll move to Kaylee Townsend. Following Ms. Townsend, we will go to Joseph Thompson and Robert Corbett, also from UConn. Welcome to the Higher Education Committee again. People are waiting with bated breath now that I've given you that preview.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I can live up to the 10 pages that was there. But good afternoon. So as it was stated, my name is Jeff Gagan. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for UConn Health. So thank you, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and Representative Haynes, and distinguished committee members. So the first, and I just want to offer testimony today on HB 6564, and that's the act concerning the unfunded pension liability portion of the fringe benefit cost for employees of the constituent units of the state system of higher education. So we appreciate the attention that the legislature and policymakers are devoting to this issue. So to start off, as many of you may know, the university has experienced dramatic progress in the recent years. So UConn has more students applying, enrolling, and graduating than ever before. We actually this year received more than 47,000 applications for next year's entering class. And more than 77% of UConn graduates from Connecticut actually stay and work or go to graduate school upon their graduation. UConn also produces more than 50% of all engineers in the state, and UConn Health is the single largest source of medical and dental professionals. 62% of the dental school trainees and 65% of the medical school trainees stay in state after graduating from the school or their associated residency programs. And this also has led to UConn Health serving more patients than at any point in time in our overall history. So as you have heard at our budget presentation a couple of weeks ago, our state funding, if fully funded on our original request, is expected to assist UConn and UConn Health to end the next 2 fiscal years in balance. And this request is made up of 3 main items. Number 1 is maintaining the state block grant. 2 is the permanent funding of the negotiated statewide collective bargaining increases for all of our employees. And then number 3 is providing permanent relief to the state's unfunded pension and unfunded legacy costs. So as drafted, HB 6564 would address one of the 3 budgetary requests. The bill requires that the state, through the comptroller, permanently fund the unfunded pension liability portion of the fringe benefit costs for the employees of the constituent units of the state system of higher education, starting June 30th, 2024. As we have shared over the past several years, this issue has continuous negative impacts on all public higher education, as previously stated. And simply stated, we can no longer afford to cover these costs for the state. So we're grateful that the state has recognized this burden and has covered these legacy costs for UConn Health over the past 2 fiscal years, and has started to cover a small portion for the Maine University also. Passage of HB 6564 would provide a permanent comprehensive solution to the issue, and we urge your support. Of note, we are requesting a slight amendment to the bill, and that would mirror the bill that was passed out of committee last year, recognizing that the total unfunded legacy cost are those that are above and beyond the normal costs for our current employees. And this would include both the retiree pension and the retiree healthcare liabilities. And there is proposed language in the testimony I submitted today. So in conclusion, we just thank you for holding this hearing, given time and consideration to this issue. And Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to go through any questions. As noted, there is a deck with information on the legacy cost and the fringe related to UConn and UConn Health in my testimony.
Thank you, and appreciate your testimony again on this issue. It feels a little like Groundhog Day. We talk about this issue a lot, but it's a big problem for higher education. I think it's worthy of our consideration until the problem gets fixed. I have just 3 questions that are really intended just to illuminate the issue for people in the room. The first, just to make sure everybody has a common understanding, if one of your staff members are paid for out of the block granted appropriations from the state of Connecticut, who pays for their fringe rate?
So on that, again, both UConn and UConn Health have approximately 26% of the overall revenue streams are provided by the state. That's made up of, 2 items. The block grant is the main item on that one. And the block grant we do use for 100% on salaries. So as you were stating, if an employee is charged to the block grant, then we get what is known as in-kind fringe benefits on that expense, which makes up the second major portion of it. So all employees paid by the block grant, 100% of their fringe cost is covered by the state. So that would include taxes, health insurance for them currently, and the pension, which includes this legacy cost that we're talking about today.
Right. And so, except for the additional, I guess I would call them supplementary sort of funding streams that the legislature's provided over the last few years, recognizing that this burden is becoming too great for you to bear by yourself. But if you're a non-block granted employee, if you're funded through tuition or fees or research dollars, what is the range of the fringe rate that gets charged to those employees, and how does the comptroller collect the money from you to pay for those fringe rate for that fringe rate?
So for all employees, again, there's going to be a wide range of what the actual total fringe rate is. The aspect of, Mr. Barnes was just talking about, it depends on the type of insurance. Is it a family plan? Is it a single plan? And then for higher education, it really depends on the retirement plan. So the alternate plan right now is a little less than 20% is charged on every single dollar. But the pension plan, the statewide CARES plan, is about 67%. So in my testimony in the package, you'll see there is one page that will give you If there is an employee that has an average salary of $100,000, it is not uncommon that their fringe rate is 100% or greater. So every dollar in salary we pay, we'd actually pay an equal or greater dollar for their fringe coverage. Of noting on how that works, all employees are actually paid through the state, are paid by the comptroller. We just submit information bi-weekly on our payroll like everybody else. And then the comptroller actually coordinates all the funds. So those funds are taken out every 2 weeks by the comptroller. They do the calculation on the actual fringe. And those funds are either from the general fund or on the other case from the clinical or tuition funds, as you stated, but those are automatically taken out every 2 weeks.
Right. So if you're a tuition funded employee in the SERS program, the charge for the fringe rate falls on those who are paying tuition. Right.
Exactly. They'll mirror wherever those employees are actually coded to.
Right. So 2 more questions, and then I'll ask other committee members if they have additional questions. So in the deck that you provided in your testimony, it's really interesting to look at if people want to pull it up. But it talks about, I guess this would be an average fringe rate. I know it says that the fringe rate for state retirement is 67%. The total fringe rate when you add other, I guess it's Social Security and life insurance and unemployment compensation and health insurance, totals goes over 108%. But the part that goes to SERS, this indicates that that's broken up into 2 different portions, right? One, it would be the sort of the current employee cost or the normal cost for that employee moving forward. And then there's a legacy portion, which is really intended. It's a charge that gets added into the fringe rate to help, which is how we're making our payments for our unfunded pension liability, right? And so what is the breakdown between those 2 rates? Like how much of the 67% that gets paid for the state employee retirement goes to legacy costs as opposed to the normal ongoing costs?
So on page 4 of the information on the informational deck that we submitted with the testimony, you'll see that breakout. So on the left-hand side, we do have a table that indicates the 67.4% is the current retirement rate or the current pension rate. To break that out on the right-hand side, we broke it down into the components, and this is working with the comptroller's office to try to figure it out for the illustrative purpose. But looking out of the 67%, 60 basis points of that, or 60% of that, is really for the legacy cost. And again, the two main items are the unfunded pension liability and then the retiree health charge that's also placed on that. Leaving that, the balance of about 7.2% is for the current employee. So the other aspect to make clear also is that the charge is based on the current employee, but it's not related to the benefits that our current employees actually get. So those payments are used to pay off those debts and the liabilities. They are not directly related to the current employee.
Thank you. And it would be fair to say that if, have you done an analysis? Well, I mean, have you done an analysis of how much that has impacted the rate of tuition at UConn? How much do students pay in the current tuition rate to pay for legacy costs?
So we do an analysis every year, and basically, like most state agencies, our main goal on our operating budget is to balance our books or get a cash balance. In the prior years, not receiving the funding, it's $1,000 or more of the tuition charged to the students is going to actually pay that differential. Our request going forward is to not increase tuition anymore to fund that, but the request was to have the state actually fund that. So that $1,000 would not need to grow anymore because we would be able to balance it in a different way.
I know in your testimony, and people can look at it themselves, that there's a significant impact on your faculty's ability to obtain research dollars, because when they write the proposal, they build in this fringe rate that gets charged. And so in those cases, that cost is passed on to research funders. And that has an impact on our ability for faculty at UConn and our other institutions to actually secure that research funding. And I think that that's particularly problematic, and you go over that in depth in your testimony. I'd encourage people to look at it. But I just want to say additionally, I mean, I just think it's unconscionable on the student side that students who are attending any of our public institutions are paying a significant amount of money in their tuition rate to pay for unfunded pension liability that was incurred before they were born. And it seems like a real intergenerational fraud. You know, I'm glad that I guess, you know, my parents were able to afford to, you know, pay my bill through UConn. They paid less than they should have at the time, and I benefited from that. Our generation benefited from that because rates were artificially low. We weren't putting money into our long-term liability. But to suggest that now students currently enrolled at UConn or Central or Eastern, Southern, Western, or any of our community colleges should pay a premium just seems to me like a moral problem. And I suspect that you agree with the analysis, if not the morality of that. And I think it's something that we really need to work really hard to try to solve here. It's a big problem. It's a hard problem to fix because inevitably the question comes, who pays, if not these students. But it just seems like it's an obligation that's owed by everybody in the state of Connecticut. And if there's any population that should be shielded from the negative impacts of what it takes to pay off our unfunded pension liability, it seems to me it should be students and young people. Are there any additional questions?
Yeah.
Senator Slapp.
Thank you. Good to see you. I have a quick one, actually, and just one. I think it is encouraging that there's more and more, I would say, momentum towards dealing with the fringe issue, and we saw that in the administration's proposal as well. But I know you all have expressed some concerns, UConn has, with that proposal. Is it safe to say that the administration's proposal, and then, you know, because obviously we're kind of crafting our own as well, but that would help UConn in terms of competitiveness with grants, but not really mitigate the challenges you face with your bottom line, and at the same time, kind of hand UConn an exploding cigar in the sense that you're going to be taking on more healthcare, and that's going to be growing, we anticipate, faster than the pension liability that you might be somewhat alleviated from. Is that a fair assessment?
I would say yes to all of the accounts. So the proposal that was presented in the governor's budget, one of the main differences, though, is to reduce the block grant to cover the cost to pay for the coverage of that. So it is budget neutral into the amount that was proposed overall for the university. So there is an increased coverage on the legacy cost, which would be increased fringe benefits, but decrease basically on the block grant, which would be decreased salary support for us. Overall, though, the statement has an ability to help stabilize the fringe rates going forward. It would have an ability to negotiate and have a more preferable rate on the federal side that could attract additional federal grants coming in. But overall, it's not relief from the fringe rates. It's just a different movement of our current cash, and it would cause us to be imbalanced going for fiscal 24 and 25.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate everybody's time.
Next up is, as previously indicated, Kaylee Townsend. She will be followed by Joseph Thompson and Robert Corbett. Welcome to the Higher Education Committee.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and other distinguished members of the Higher Education and Advancement Committee. My name is Kaylee Townsend. I'm a resident of West Hartford, Connecticut. I'm actually a New York native and came to Connecticut as a UConn freshman in 2014. So I think it's actually ironic that we were talking about out-of-state students today who stay in Connecticut after graduating, because honestly, I really do love it here and have made Connecticut hit my home. I'm testifying today in support of Senate Bill 1108, an act concerning access to reproductive health care by college students at a public institution of higher education. The bill will support the educational success of students by addressing barriers and increasing access to reproductive health care services for our state residential campuses. So you're probably wondering why someone who left college about 5 years ago would feel so strongly about this bill and the pursuit of it. Last month made 8 years since I had my own abortion after an assault on campus. I was a New Yorker navigating a new academic and social environment while lacking the proper care to guide me through an experience that changed the trajectory of my future. Because of stigma, the fear of being hurt by my attacker, and the lack of resources related to abortion care on campus, I unenrolled myself from UConn, moved back to New York, and attempted to create my own toolkit of resources to continue my future in spite of what happened to me. When I came back to UConn in the fall of 2015, I unfortunately did not adjust back very well in the way that I'd hoped, and I struggled in my academics and in my social life. I'm proud of how far I've come since then, taking advantage of my community in the UConn Women's Center, who encouraged me to seek assistance from the university administration that ultimately helped me succeed and continue my full-time education. But now this bill is not about my assault, my abortion, or taking a leave from college. This bill is about encompassing the experiences that people have had on college campuses and will continue to have if we do not address it. I ask you all today to support SB 1108 as you think about those in these situations that may need assistance in reproductive health care in the landscape today. Please think about how crucial it is to just have the understanding of what it means to have transportation options to get care off of campus, counseling services available to you, or even the reassurance that your education will not have to be disrupted or your future can continue in the way that you hoped it and intended it to be. Connecticut's already a leader in addressing the national strains on reproductive health care access. So let's continue its stride by lifting those up at the center of its excellence. I trust the Higher Education and Advancement Committee to believe in the phrase knowledge is power. So let's ensure that our students can believe in it too. Thank you.
Well, let me thank you for your testimony. And, I appreciate that you came to share such a personal experience with us. It's important for us as policymakers to understand that the policy that we make has a very real impact on people, and your experience was undoubtedly a hard one. We're glad that you persevered through that period of your life and came back to Connecticut. We're glad that you're stayed here in Connecticut. We appreciate you. We appreciate that. Do members of the committee have questions for Ms. Townsend?
I just have a comment. I just want to thank you for your testimony and your honesty and sharing that all with us. It's important that folks know the real experiences that people are facing on campus. And so thank you for being here and being with us and speaking truth to power, because, it's important that folks on this committee are hearing the real life on the ground experiences of others. So thanks for being here.
Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here. And as you've heard from our colleagues so far, your story and your willingness to share that with all of us in a public setting is not just courageous, but I'm sure there's many other students listening that are grateful for you doing that for them on their behalf as well. I do want to acknowledge, I think, as kind of reflecting on your story and kind of looking at this bill, at the heart of it, it really speaks to, I think, the hope that for all of our students, they can make decisions about the right to have a child, to not have a child, the right to bodily autonomy. And I was struck with your comments about thinking about yourself and how things could have been different, but also your fellow students. And so in this bill, we're kind of asking our public residential colleges to develop plans of how they would provide access to reproductive health care services, and reflecting on the college's need to do that. How do you think that would improve your situation, or how do you think that would improve other students' situations at this point moving forward?
First of all, thank you. I think First most, when you're a student on campus, I'm thinking about my own from UConn, is that there's so much of information available to you. You're thinking about, okay, I'm paying in my fee bill, student health services. So you're first like, okay, some of us may be experiencing things for the first time. I don't know what to do, especially like if we're being honest, we're away from our parents. Like we have to adjust that, especially being a now state student. And so if you just kind of know, you don't have to maybe address it careful as like specifically, but if you're saying if you need to go to the hospital for this service, if you need to go to nearby Willimantic for this, these are the things that are available that maybe not saying are UConn specific, but they are available in this area. You can take the bus to get to nearby Tallinn, Willimantic, or even take the the 1220 bus to Hartford to go get access to any sort of care that we have. I think that in itself is so important because then, especially with this day and age of using your computer, you then can say, okay, I know that my school is okay, is championing that. I think that means a lot for sure. That definitely would make someone just experience a lot more helpful. But then the other part of it is not just transportation to get through. It is what happens afterwards. What happens if someone just needs care afterwards? If there's counseling, mental health services, we already know are strained on our campuses. If they're able to have the resources like the Wheeler Clinic available to them, to know that they're able to get in touch with state resources that students don't know that are there, that's just truly helpful in itself.
Thank you for sharing a little bit about the different options that a sort of, again, a plan and that information and that access could provide the students as they're, again, kind of navigating what is potentially a range of healthcare needs. And I think our colleges in many ways do an exemplar job of managing and connecting with students on all sorts of needs that they're going through. But that's why I think your story is so illustrative to us of what more we could do. And I'm hoping that these plans just put a little more thought to it on our college campuses and can include student input in that as well. So thank you again for being here and for sharing your story with us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. Are there additional questions by members of the committee? Representative Rochelle.
For the second time, actually. I did have a quick question for you. When you, I don't know if you'll remember, but when you entered college, were you provided information about the healthcare options and clinics that are on campus or near campus and what women's health options are available to you?
I do. I'm a bit of a hoarder, so I still have a lot of those magnets that said to get in contact with student health services. So for women's, it just said women's health services on it. And it was like talking about STI testing, and as well as like you can get your annual physical exams. But everything mostly was like if you catch a cold and so forth, they can definitely take care of you for that.
So it was limited care on campus?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your sharing with us. Joseph Thompson, I think you're coming up with Robert Corbett. When they are completed, we'll move to Cooper Caraway. And after Cooper Caraway, we'll go to Jeanette Weldon, who is online and joining us remotely. Could you introduce yourselves for the record and proceed with your testimony? Thank you. Welcome.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Joe Thompson. I'm head of procurement for the University of Connecticut. And with me today is Robert Corbett from University Planning, Design, and Construction. Thank you for raising Senate Bill 1107, an act concerning contracts, bids, and capital improvement projects for the University of Connecticut. As you know, the university strongly supports this bill. Overall, the bill seeks to align certain procurement and construction statutes with the Department of Administrative Services statutes and update certain statutes for inflation. With its passage, we expect to achieve cost savings and administrative efficiencies in the procurement of goods and services and construction-related projects. Section 1 of the bill amends the statute to make clear that UConn, UConn Health, and the Connecticut State Colleges and University Systems have the authority to piggyback on each other's contracts, as well as on federal agency contracts, just as we do now with other state agencies, outside consortia, and other private institutions of higher education. As it stands today, the statutory language is not explicit in allowing the constituent units to cooperate with each other on procurements or utilize each other's contracts. In practice, collaboration already occurs and has become a key strategy for us in reducing costs, turnaround time, administrative burden, and providing other benefits to the state. The Office of the Attorney General has recently recommended that the existing statutory language be revised to correct this unintended oversight. Without these recommended changes, UConn, UConn Health, and CSCU will face an increase in costs directly in the price of many goods and services and indirectly through increased contract processing times by having to negotiate separately with the same vendors. Section 2 of the bill updates the bid threshold for purchases of goods and services requiring an informal bid process, which mandates obtaining 3 competitive quotes from suppliers from $10,000 to $25,000. For purchases requiring public advertisement, the bill updates the threshold from $50,000 to $100,000. Both of these thresholds have existed since 1999, which encompasses a period of time that represents an 80% rate of cumulative inflation. Additionally, comparing the top 25 public universities, currently only 1 has a lower informal purchase threshold than UConn, and only 5 have a lower threshold requiring public advertisement. We believe these proposed changes align Connecticut's business practices with those of our peer states and universities and better support the core mission and objectives of Connecticut's system of public higher education. So allow me now to introduce my colleague, Robert Corbett, to discuss the remaining sections of the bill.
Thank you, Joe. Section 3 of the bill proposes to amend the statute to align more closely with DAS statute 4B103 and allows for the expansion of project elements that may commence prior to determining a guaranteed maximum price for a renovation project. And it allows for multiple GMPs for phased renovation projects in occupied buildings. The proposed expanded project elements would include public utility installation and connections and work on building envelope components such as roofs, windows, and exterior walls. And these are exactly as noted in the DAS sections of the statutes. This change will result in greater flexibility, better control project costs, and allow us to maintain project schedules, which is of particular importance given today's market, which includes challenging post-pandemic supply chain delays and ever-increasing construction costs. UConn strongly believes this approach and flexibility will enable it to obtain more bids and better pricing. Sections 4 and 5 of the bill amend the statute to align more closely with 4A100, the DAS pre-qualification statute for contractors. It's important to note that in the state of Connecticut and on university projects, we have 2 levels of pre-qualification. The DAS firstly qualifies a contractor to work on state projects, and then the university has a second level of pre-qualification, which is done on a project-by-project basis. This change would allow contractors to be pre-qualified on university projects for up to 1 year and with 1-year renewal option, both of which mirror the DAS current statutory pre-qualification. The project-by-project pre-qualification requirement is an extremely burdensome administrative process for both contractors and the university. DAS has demonstrated that construction projects can be successfully, safely, and efficiently bid and completed using this process. The DAS process requires less time and costs less for the state agency and for interested contractors. Further, this section also updates the threshold triggering the pre-qualification of contractors from $500,000 to $1 million. Similar to section 2, the primary reason for the change in the threshold is due to cumulative inflation since the original passage in 1999. In closing, because of your support and the excellence of our faculty, staff, students, and facilities, UConn is one of our state's strongest assets, as well as one of the nation's leading public research universities. The passage of this bill will result in the realization of more efficiencies and a reduction in costs, allowing us to dedicate more resources to serve our students in this great state. Thank you for your support for UConn and UConn Health. We urge passage of Senate Bill 1107. We are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I have just one or two questions about section 4 and 5. And it gets us at, so when we say pre-qualified, what are the criteria, what are the characteristics of a vendor that we're looking for to ensure but through the pre-qualification process?
So the DAS, as I mentioned in my testimony, allows a contractor to work at the state level in their pre-qualification. The second level of pre-qualification is looking for contractors who have specific higher education experience, or they might have specific experience in the typology of the buildings that we might have. We look for qualifications that include experience, obviously, numbers of years that they've been working and the type of work that they've done, but also whether they've had any labor disputes, whether they've worked well alongside other contractors in the market. And so we do an in-depth look at their experience throughout their current last couple of years, and then, would they be the appropriate fit going forward?
And so hearing you answer that, I think makes me ask the follow-up question then. So if we increase the threshold, how do we continue to have assurances that contracts that are below the threshold, whether it's your current threshold or a new elevated threshold, that they have the characteristics that we're looking for in a contractor?
Yeah, I think the misconception is that, a contractor that's below the threshold is not looked at for their qualifications. So regardless of whether they're pre-qualified or post-bid, whether they're reviewed for qualifications, they go through the same process. The difference is really one of administration. So when we do a pre-qualification, every contractor that wants to bid on a job has to go through the process. And that requires a contractor that may be doing similar work, since we're required to do it on a project by project basis, to make multiple submissions every year for every single project, even though the work might be very repetitive. But the misconception is that contractors, when they are awarded a contract or prior to award, when they are the apparent low bidder, they go through the same process. The difference is that instead of having to review every contractor who's submitting a bid, we only look at the specific qualifications of that single contractor that's the apparent low bidder.
And so if they're so something under the threshold of you go through the bidding process, you select the apparent low bidder, and then you do the vetting process for that current bidder. How often, if ever, does it occur that the bidder doesn't get qualified?
It is rare. I would say 90+% of the time, the contractor that is the apparent low bidder will receive the contract.
And I guess, so somewhere between 5 and 10% of the time, you'll discover that the contractor doesn't meet your expectations for example, the track record with labor and, maybe there's a wage dispute. I mean, all the kinds of things that contractors struggle with sometimes. But that they're a good actor. We want to make sure they're a good actor, I guess, right? And that you can reasonably rely on their ability to complete the job without wage violations, without safety violations, and on time and at a certain quality level, right?
That is correct. I would say that most cases where they are rejected, it's almost always because of financial bonding reasons. that they don't have the bonding capacity to take on that specific job at that specific time. Most of the time, they pass the qualitative review of meeting the levels of experience required to work at the university.
Thank you. Are there any other committee members that have questions? I see Representative Rochelle.
Thank you. I'm looking at section 4, and just last year we passed legislation so that we could do a 5-year look back on those who've had disputes with wage issues. And my concern with this section is there is a difference between determining that you have a lower, a low bid that you'd like to move forward with that contractor. And then you're looking at making sure that they qualify. And that creates a dynamic where you may have, you may want to hire that person. And so you may overlook things. Whereas having folks pre-qualified beforehand, you don't know which one's going to come in with a low bid. So you are, the pre-qualification process is more impartial because you don't have in mind whether or not you want to use any particular individual. And so pre-qualification is a safeguard to ensure that those who are applying and bidding already meet the standards that the state wants to safeguard and make sure that we're using contractors that act in good faith. What mechanisms could possibly be in place if you already know that you want to hire somebody and you're working from a place of internal bias already?
So I would suggest that there is no internal bias. That is, that under state law, we're required to review the credentials of the lowest bidder. So we don't select that bidder out of the pool of pre-qualified, regardless of whether they already have met the threshold or not. We're required to review, in both cases, whether they're above or below the threshold, the bid of the lowest bidder. So I do not believe there's any, malfeasance that can happen in terms of pre-selecting a specific contractor.
Sure. And I'm not intimating that there is any type of malfeasance at all. I'm wondering if knowing that this is a contractor that you're hoping to move forward with can any way influence. And so that is a concern. If it's much easier to have a pool of folks where everyone's pre-qualified, and then you don't have to go through this step afterwards because you know that everyone already meets the standards that the state has worked very hard to tighten and make sure have the proper safeguards in.
Yeah, I would say that the Connecticut market is a fairly shallow construction market. It's often influenced by Boston and New York contractors that want to come in from those markets. However, because it is a shallow market, there is pretty good knowledge on all the contractors as they come to bid. I would say also that we work very closely with the DOL, Department of Labor, at both the outset of the project and really at the time of selection to make sure that there are no violations and that the current status of the contractor is still in good standing.
It's my understanding that pre-qualification does not state that if somebody has a violation, they're automatically excluded. It's something that's looked at. Are you saying that at UConn, you automatically exclude folks if they have any violations or any cases that are settled? What are your standards?
No, I'm not suggesting that because that would in effect be disbarment, and there are separate disbarment statutes. What I'm suggesting is it's one of a group of characteristics and qualifications that we look at when we do the final award.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on Representative Rochelle's question, and I don't mean to be repetitive, but I do have similar concerns. So I'm looking at testimony that was submitted with regards to this bill from the Foundation for Fair Contracting of Connecticut, and they suggest that by changing this pre-qualification schedule from the current 1 year to 2 years, that you're going to end up, well, I'll just read what they said in their testimony. If a pre-qualified company is found to have committed a wage violation and they settle with the Department of Labor to pay restitution and any associated civil penalties, UConn won't know about that for 2 years. That company can continue bidding public works projects without having to disclose that information until their renewal comes up. So in view of that, wouldn't it be better to keep it at 1 year so that you will, rather than stretch it out over 2 years for the reasons that they submitted, or for the argument that they submitted in their testimony?
So I think the writer of that misunderstands our proposal. Our proposal is to have a single year of pre-qualification with a second year as an option. And at that midway point, we would review with the DOL whether they did have any labor disputes or labor issues. So we're not pre-qualifying for a period of 2 years. Our changed proposal is to pre-qualify for 1 year, review the record, and then renew if that individual and that company is still in good standing.
So just like the group that submitted the testimony, I'm misunderstanding the intent of the legislation. And you can go ahead and say that if you like.
No, I just want to be very clear about what we are proposing, which is 1 year of pre-qualification, which is exactly the way DAS does it, and 1 year renewal with, at the first year, you renew those qualifications, you review those qualifications to make sure they're in good standing. And this is the exact same process that DAS utilizes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Rochelle for a second time.
Thank you. What is the difference in if this is as you were describing it, what is the difference between having them do a pre-qualification each year and the steps in the renewal process? Is it as thorough as doing a pre-qualification? What is the difference?
So we would reduce the amount of information required. So one of the items we would look at would be, a check-in with DOL to see what kind of labor history they've had in the last year. It would be a review of a more selective file as opposed to going through the entirety of the information. Another item that we would definitely look at is their bonding capacity and whether they've completed any projects within the last, or defaulted on any projects within the last year.
So to be clear, the process of renewal would be less thorough than requiring a qualification each year. Can you provide to this committee the list of the diminished renewal review process for the proposed renewal versus the full? Can you give us a side-by-side of what those would be? Can you send it to our committee?
I cannot at this time, but I'd be happy to follow up with you and give that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, so your proposal is to align precisely with what DAS has. DAS currently has a pre-qualification procedure and then they renew after a year.
That is correct.
Right. Are there any other questions about this legislation by members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. There we go. Next up is, let's see, where are we on the list? Cooper Caraway, followed by Jeanette Weldon. And then after Jeanette Weldon, we'll go to Liz Gustafson. Ms. Caraway.
You hear me? Check. Good. My name is Cooper Caraway. I'm proud to be the Executive Director of SEIU Connecticut State Council, representing over 60,000 workers in every community across the state. We're here to support SB 8, HB 6773, and SB 1105. I think that our organization is in a unique position, a position that not many organizations are in, because not only do we support faculty and staff at Connecticut's community colleges, we also represent students at those colleges. We represent parents, former students. We represent parents of students at those community colleges and our various SEIU locals across the state. And the faculty that we represent, as well as the students, have been engaged in discussion and conversation throughout this legislative session and over the last year. Because of this, we've come to the conclusion that we fully support the proposal in the short term to serve more students across our state. And in the long term, though, in the long term, SEIU supports free, not just debt-free, community college. We support the expansion of PAC program to include returning students. However, the program should also be expanded to include part-time students as well as undocumented students. Debt-free community college will make higher education more accessible to students all across our state. Every year, more and more students are forced to choose between taking out debt and dropping out of college. Rising costs of tuition are forcing students to drop out, and no student should have to choose between education, food, or housing. Currently, more than 75% of our community college workforce is contingent, meaning adjunct faculty or part-time, short-time staff. Part-time faculty are unable to participate on college and statewide committees. They're unable to advise and mentor students. They're unable to participate in campus events and support student clubs. Full-time faculty have the time and ability to work with students both inside and outside the classroom, where part-time faculty do not. Research suggests that high rates of part-time faculty and their poor working conditions and the lack of support they receive from the institutions directly hurts students. The increased utilization of part-time, non-tenure track faculty is associated with lower student retention rates and lower student graduation rates. Students with more full-time tenure track faculty are more likely to transfer to four-year universities. Researchers found a 4% increase in transfers to four-year institutions per 10% increase in the proportion of tenured faculty. So there's a direct relationship between diminished student and faculty interactions and diminished student outcomes. Further, the working conditions of contingent faculty, lack of job security, and the tenuous relationship between contingent faculty and their employing colleges, wrapping up, and their employing colleges interfere with the ability of faculty to challenge students and engage in the most impactful instructional practices, which often happen outside the classroom. Over-reliance on adjunct faculty in our community colleges is an exploitative labor model that hurts workers and is unsustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for summarizing at the end there. We have a long list in front of us, and so we're just going to try to make sure that folks get their opportunity to speak. Are there questions for Mr. Caraway? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up and joining us remotely is Jeanette Weldon. I think she has with her Michael Morris, who's her managing director.
Yes, that is correct.
Perfect. And thank you for your patience. It's a little bit easier maybe to wait in the comfort of your own home or office, but we appreciate your patience in any event. Thank you, and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair Representative Haddad and Co-Chair Senator Slapp, and Ranking Member Senator Kelly and Representative Haynes, and all members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. I'm Jeanette Weldon, and I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Health and Educational Facilities Authority, which is also known as CHEFA. And I'm here this afternoon with my colleague, Michael Morris, who is Managing Director at CHEFA. I'm speaking today in support of Senate Bill 1104, an act implementing the recommendations of the Connecticut Health and Educational Facilities Authority. CHEFA is a quasi-public agency that issues tax-exempt revenue bonds on behalf of Connecticut's nonprofit hospitals, colleges, universities, and other qualifying 501c3 organizations. And it's important to note that CHEFA is what's called a conduit bond issuer. Almost all the bonds issued by CHEFA are not obligations of the state or of CHEFA itself, but of the underlying not-for-profit entity. The repayment of the bonds does not utilize state funding, and the only exceptions to this have come because of legislative mandate. The proposals contained in SB 1104 will provide for greater clarity in the interpretation of CHIFA statutes and better equip CHIFA to achieve its mission of supporting nonprofit entities throughout the state while enhancing the welfare and prosperity of the citizens of Connecticut. SB 1104 will amend the current definition of project as outlined in CHIFA's enabling statutes. This will allow CHIFA the flexibility needed to meet the changing needs of our clients and other 501c3 organizations by allowing CHIFA to provide financing for program services and other mission-focused initiatives. These bonds would not be backed by the guarantee mechanism, the Special Capital Reserve Fund offered by the state, and no state funding would be involved. SB 1104 also updates CHIFA's enabling statutes by deleting outdated language and/or references to programming that is no longer used. This will provide for greater clarity in the interpretation of CHIFA's enabling legislation. Thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Do members of the committee have any questions for the good folks at CHIFA? Anybody online? I see no questions. So thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you taking the time to present the proposal to us.
Thank you very much for your time.
And that also concludes the public, the agency portion of the list. So the next person on the list is Liz Gustafson. And she will be followed by Carol Lopez. Things are moving along now quickly, so we appreciate you running back into the building, the room. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and esteemed members of the Higher Education and Advancement Committee. My name is Liz Gustafson, and I am the State Director of Pro-Choice Connecticut, and I am here to testify in support of SB 1108. In the months following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn precedent set by Roe, abortion access has been decimated across the country, as a total of 18 states have either banned or severely restricted abortion access, with additional states likely to implement bans in the months to come. Abortion access has long been inequitable, due in large part to systemic racism and insufficient protections for low-income individuals, which has led to insurmountable barriers for young people, Black, Latino, and Indigenous people, the LGBTQ+ community, and people living with disabilities. Even in states, including Connecticut, where abortion remains legal, it is abundantly clear that legality has never equaled access. The reality is that many students at residential colleges and universities can't get the sexual and reproductive health care services that they need and they deserve. As a state that continues to lead on behalf of reproductive freedom, it is paramount that we invest in solutions that increase equitable access to abortion and pregnancy-related care for students through policies such as SB 1108. College students with limited time, resources, and transportation, and especially those living in access deserts, have to overcome significant barriers to access the care they need. Additionally, due to a number of factors, university health centers may have limited capacity to adequately meet the needs of enrolled students, underscoring the need for standardized protocols at institutions of higher education to ensure the appropriate referrals are made to licensed medical providers. SB 1108 would increase students' ability to control their health, their lives, and their futures, and would require public institutions of higher education to establish a plan to ensure students can efficiently and effectively access the care that they need. We also would respectfully ask the committee to amend bill language in Section 2, subsection B, to include the provision of referrals for and transportation services to access reproductive health care services at any off-campus location that is a licensed medical provider. This language would ensure students are able to receive timely, medically accurate, comprehensive reproductive health care without barriers or additional delays. An investment in the reproductive health of college students is an investment in the future of Connecticut. SB 1108 would increase students' ability to exercise their bodily autonomy, receive accurate medical information from a licensed care provider, make informed decisions about their reproductive lives, and continue pursuing their educational and career goals without barriers, stigma, or outside interference. We urge you to support SB 1108 with the amended language. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Senator Slapp.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank you for your leadership on this issue. And I think that the suggested change that you identified probably makes a lot of sense. We'll obviously have to discuss among the committee, but we do want to make sure that folks who go to or referred to a facility are told about all of their options. So thank you for that and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions? Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks, Liz, for being here. I did just have one follow-up question. I appreciate you really highlighting how the development of a plan could get our campuses just be more thoughtful about how they are providing the range of information and access to our students. You also referenced, I believe, kind of the context that we're living through to ensure that, again, that students aren't feeling any shame or fear around accessing their reproductive health care. And I just wanted to ask, given your knowledge in this space, is there anything, especially as we're looking at these plans and kind of asking schools to be considerate of plans, that we should be considering that other states have done to just keep pursuing this goal of access, particularly for our college students?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. Last year, Massachusetts passed a law for provision of medication abortion on college campuses. And if I remember correctly, California has also a similar provision. Theirs might be more expansive. But it just speaks to the unique needs that students enrolled at residential public institutions of higher education need. Because as mentioned, access to abortion and the range of reproductive healthcare services has long been inequitable, and universities making a plan will make the opportunities and resources available more transparent to current and prospective students as well.
Thank you for that, Liz. It's very helpful because, as you noted, we don't live in a vacuum. We're constantly kind of trying to look and learn from other states, but I've been encouraged to hear just your thoughtfulness about, again, kind of what these plans could provide us. And then I just appreciate, again, starting to hear some of the students, their perspectives, because that's what the heart of this is about, is how we can make sure that the student experience is truly about how they can pursue the access of the care that they need. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Gustafson. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here today. Do appreciate it. Few questions for you regarding, obviously, you're with Pro-Choice Connecticut.
That is correct.
And the key word there is choice. That my questions to you are around, there are folks, other organizations, namely the Connecticut Pregnancy Care Coalition. There are two. One is actually in Willimantic, which services the UConn population for UConn students, UConn women. It's the Women's Center of Eastern Connecticut, which belongs to this coalition. There's also CareNet of down in New London, which provides services to women at the Avery Point Satellite Campus. This is just in brief, these organizations, these care centers provide services to women who want to go forward with a pregnancy, to make the choice to keep the baby, deliver the baby, and then sometimes put the baby up for adoption, other times raise the child themselves. And and they kind of guide them in those decisions. There was testimony submitted, written testimony. She couldn't be here in person, but it was from Lisa Maloney, who is also a constituent of mine. as president of the Connecticut Pregnancy Care Coalition. She's saying one of the biggest challenges they have is they get a lot of calls from college women who are presumably possibly UConn, maybe Avery Point, other places around the state, other institutions. That the biggest challenge is transportation, issues of transportation, getting to their centers, and that's what they're looking for. It's estimated in Connecticut, these organizations save the taxpayers $2 million a year. They give $2 million a year in free pregnancy related parenting type classes, pregnancy testing, and different services relating around pregnancy. It's about $2 million a year. They give them free services every year. So my question is, one of the things they're looking for would be in this legislation would be transportation to their facilities specifically. Would you be agreeable to make sure they have equal access to transportation and equal access to college age woman who decide they want to keep the baby, to deliver the baby to term, go to one of these facilities, that they'll have equal access, and there'll be an equal opportunity for these organizations in addition to abortion clinics and clinics that provide contraception.
Thank you for the question and the context. So this bill, yes, transportation is a need. That's a common need for college students, as a majority of them do not have their own mode of transportation. With that said, this bill specifically focuses on licensed medical providers. And so I would say there should be transportation to ensure that students can access licensed healthcare providers to ensure that they can receive medically accurate information to inform the decisions that they make. So does that answer your question?
Sort of. I appreciate you trying. I just want to make sure we're clear, we're on the same page. When you say that, again, I want to make sure we're not with your proposed change in definition. As I'm looking at the language here, well, it's reproductive healthcare services as provided in section 52571M in the general statutes. You're asking for that to be removed. Am I understanding that, and have it modified in some way?
We're asking for the language to be amended to include licensed healthcare providers. And that is a definition from the Public Act 2117, which clarifies who and what qualifies as a licensed healthcare provider. So that is someone that is licensed under the provisions of federal or state law to provide healthcare services or other medical services.
Okay, so again, I'm going to just take an excerpt of the testimony from Ms. Maloney here. Like she mentions in here, the services such as pregnancy tests, limited obstetrical ultrasounds to confirm pregnancy, confirm viability, determine gestational age of the fetus or baby, medically accurate information on all their pregnancy options, support no matter what they choose, and STI testing and treatment. Those are some of the services they offer. Is any of that objectable, or would disqualify them from being added to this list and being given a college woman being given the option to go to their facilities?
To that, I would say that this bill is about people getting access to essential time-sensitive reproductive health care, including abortion. And it is my understanding that these centers do not provide or refer for abortion. And so if a student was to go to one of those centers and thus be denied a referral to the clinic that they may want to go to, that's another delay in seeking care. And so again, ensuring that students are being referred to licensed medical providers to receive medically accurate information is what this bill is about.
Okay, it's called, the Pregnancy Care Center. Do you think there would be any confusion there as far as what they do when they say they offer pregnancy care issues with parenting? Wouldn't most college age women be of the understanding that when they say pregnancy care centers, offering parental care, offering prenatal care, that would parenting classes, that would you could probably infer from that if you go in there, you go in there because you want to keep the baby and you have the you make the choice of wanting to become a parent and keep your child. Would that wouldn't most people draw that conclusion? Isn't that
Well, now
self-evident?
that we've passed Public Act 2117, yes, because they do have to make it clear on all of their advertising that they do not prefer or provide abortion. And so that helped clarify that. As per the mobile care unit, I'm not sure what their advertising or handouts say when they are physically present on UConn's campus. So again, this would help address a barrier and a delay in care that students in the state of Connecticut are facing.
Okay, and again, I'm a little confused here. When you say mobile caravan, like where they offer ultrasounds and whatnot, and it's a mobile ultrasound van. Again, isn't that usually associated with pregnancy, wanting to continue with the pregnancy, wanting to see the baby on the ultrasound, and isn't that what you would assume with a mobile pregnancy caravan that offers ultrasounds?
I mean, that's a better question for them. But again, because of our Public Act 2117, they have to be clear in their advertising, whether that be while the mobile caravan is on campus at UConn in stores or at their brick and mortar locations. But again, this is addressing a need for abortion care, contraceptive care, and other resources that aren't potentially available on UConn's or any other state.
I guess-
Go ahead.
Sure, no, go ahead. Please finish.
I was finished with this.
Okay. Again, now I just want to make sure the record is clear here. You know, again, I mentioned two organizations by name, the Women's Center of Eastern Connecticut and CareNet in New London. They've been around for almost 30 years, at least the Women's Center in Eastern Connecticut. There's been over 10,000 babies delivered. They have women have decided they've helped women in need. That's 10,000 children that are in the world now that are productive adults. I just want to be clear. You're not suggesting either one of these organizations have been misleading any kind of woman by any chance, have you?
No, I mean, not in regards to this bill. Again, this bill is about licensed medical providers and access to medical care.
Okay, but like these services I mentioned specifically, certainly sound like reproductive healthcare services that they offer, right? Isn't a lot of reproductive healthcare facilities, wouldn't they be limited in some way with the kind of services they provide?
Well, when it comes to limited service pregnancy centers, they are not beholden to the same state and federal regulations that licensed clinics and licensed medical providers are. So.
Okay, because I mean, there's obviously women in need in this population, the college age population. They make phone calls to these organizations. They're an issue that's being expressed, and it's in testimony here from Ms. Maloney, is issues around transportation. They want to go to their facilities. They want the help. They want to carry the baby to term, and transportation is a limitation. And again, I'm just trying to understand with these services that I mentioned to you that they provide in their testimony, in what ways should any of these services somehow preclude them from this bill as far as giving young women transportation to their facilities?
Again, I think when we're talking about transportation, in regards to our suggested amendment and language change, again, this bill is about access to medically accurate licensed healthcare providers so people can access the time-sensitive essential healthcare that they need. So
Okay.
if those centers are not licensed, then
Well, when you say medically accurate, I'm just want to make sure I understand. is there anything they're providing that's medically inaccurate? With these set of services?
I mean, around work, regarding Public Act 2117, yes. But the context of limited service pregnancy centers, they typically do share medically inaccurate information, and shame and stigma around people who are seeking access to abortion care. And I will say again, this bill is about removing or addressing barriers faced by people who need these services. And if a limited service pregnancy center does not, refer or provide that care, then that's just another barrier that someone would have to face and another delay in receiving that care.
Okay, now, when you, again, you said medically, several cases of medically inaccurate information. They're being provided that. Again, we're talking specifically the Women's Center of Eastern Connecticut, which services the Yukon population, which this bill is being born out of. And CareNet in London. Specifically, what are they, you mentioned medically inaccurate information. Specifically, what medically inaccurate information are they giving a woman?
I have not looked at their website recently, so I cannot speak to that at this moment.
Okay, I just want to make sure though. I mean, you're not suggesting, because you just said these centers are giving out medically inaccurate information to many women. I think you said many. I just want to make sure. You're not suggesting either one of these specific pregnancy care centers?
I am not making any specific suggestions about a specific pregnancy center, no.
Okay, so if you're not making that suggestion, are you aware of any complaints that women have made specifically about either one of these centers, about them acting inappropriately or not providing what they said they're going to provide, or somehow misled them in any way?
Since we passed Public Act 2117, no, because it made it more clear that they have to be clear in their advertising. So I think that is a good thing. That means the law is working.
Okay, again, like the Women's Center in Eastern Connecticut, that was on for 30 years. Are you aware of any woman in the last 30 years that have made claims against that organization for being misled or not provided the services they claimed?
Ms. Gustafson, before you answer that question, I'll just say, I don't see the history of a specific provider and her knowledge of it as being relevant to the legislation in front of us. The bill does not reference any specific provider. It does offer, and she offered a recommendation that they should be medically licensed providers. But I just ask that, while I'm sure that you have your folks who you'd like to see referrals made to, and perhaps other people in the room do too, we should keep our comments related to this four corners of the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your comments and your instructions, but again, we're talking here about this legislation. Specifically, it cites in here a reproductive health care services in 571M under the definition of reproductive health care services. She's asking for a change in that, and she's stating her reasons for the change. And I think I should have some latitude in questioning her.
I've given you plenty of latitude, Representative Lanu, I'll say that. But let me just say that the suggested change is to add the words licensed medical provider. She does not provide a list. And nor will a list be included in this bill. That would be determined by the plan as outlined by the institution.
Okay.
You're the only one who seems to have a list.
Right. Well, no, my question is here. She's asking specifically about changing the language that's in the bill. And I'm asking her about specifically constituents of mine, many people, many women who have gone to these centers, many college women in my district that go to these women for help and assistance and have gotten it. And I want to make sure that they're not going to be disenfranchised or shut out of this legislation. And based on her suggested language change. And I think it's totally legitimate to be able to ask those questions.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're going with it. I guess I would just ask you, are they medically licensed providers?
Right. Well, and again,
I think you probably know how to answer that question as well as she does.
Well, I think I've read the testimony here from Miss Maloney where they highlight the services they offer. And again, they offer $2 million in free services every single year in these facilities. And I'm thinking if they don't match the definition of what you're describing as far as the suggested language change that Ms. Gustafson is suggesting, is it going to benefit these women by shutting them out of these particular centers?
Representative Luna, I think it's a perfectly legitimate question to ask if a certain provider is a medically licensed provider, if that's the suggestion she's making. I would just suggest that it is probably beyond the four corners of this bill to ask someone who's testifying this if she's ever heard of complaints about a specific provider in Eastern Connecticut.
Yeah, well, she mentioned that in her answer, and I think that's a legitimate follow-up question. But may I continue? Okay. So again, my question is, these specific centers you mentioned has been in either one of these centers, are you aware of any formal complaints against either one of them for misleading a specific woman or any woman that are pregnant that decides what options they want to take regarding to their reproductive health care choices?
Not off the top of my head. Yeah. That's all I'll say.
Okay, fair enough. I'll leave it at that, and I'll just say that again, many of these centers, they offer over $2 million in free services every single year to women in need. And again, I don't know if they fit the exact definition you're looking for, but I think we need to make sure we have these options available to women who want to go in that direction, specifically college age women, and many who have come out of UConn, who've had wonderful stories about specifically the Women's Center of Eastern Connecticut and some others. So I will leave it at that. I appreciate the discussion. But the last thing I want to do is disenfranchise women and shut women out of these particular options. So again, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll end it at that.
Thank you, Representative Liu. I appreciate your consideration of the comments I was making. Are there additional, Representative Farrar?
Thank you, Chairman. I did just have a clarifying question, especially since you had provided a suggested language change. Thank you, Liz. So I just wanted to come back to that. When I read this bill and the language that is presently in the bill, I do feel from reading it and understanding the interpretation of it, it would be clear that any student could choose, again, to have a child, to not have a child, and that those range of reproductive health care services would be provided to the student. What I'd like to get back to, though, is the reference to your suggestion to include that these referrals and transportation are to a licensed healthcare provider. And I might have missed it at the outset, but can you remind us or refer us to how someone actually becomes a licensed medical provider, meaning who is the kind of the decider of a licensed healthcare provider in our state?
So that would be the Department of Public Health, so state regulation, and then there's also federal regulations.
Thank you. So there is certainly folks who are spending the time to do the work to determine that those healthcare providers, again, are providing medically accurate and the information that all patients would need to make decisions for their reproductive health care. So I thank you for clarifying that. I thank you for your suggestion, and I appreciate, again, you being here and really illuminating for us prior laws we've passed that assure our access to full reproductive health care, and how this as well could support our students in that full access as well. So thank you, Liz. Thank you, the chairman.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Gustafson. Nice to see you today. I want to bring it back to some things I've seen in the bill having to do with keywords to me, like counseling services, telehealth, and just my apologies, continuity of care. It's lunchtime. And so I know from my time as a higher ed professional in this state and other states, anecdotally, and I'd love to know from your experience what you know from some data, that oftentimes when students seek reproductive health care, it is how they seek health care. It is a gateway to other types of health care. I've had former students and advisees that make sure to go see a health professional on campus before they go home for a break, because that is the health care they receive. I was wondering if you could speak to us a little bit about how I think expanding healthcare in general helps women stay healthy and in school as well. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. Healthcare is a human right. And I see this bill as an excellent and important opportunity for institutions of higher education to ensure that all of their students can access that healthcare and the range of healthcare. Personally speaking, as someone who has had an abortion, after that abortion, there was an appointment to get an IUD insertion. And so now I have an IUD, and that I think is a great example of the follow-up care that sometimes takes place. So
Oh, and through you, Chair, just one follow-up. Thank you for that answer. I appreciate that example of how it's not just a one-time exposure to the healthcare system. It's making sure the whole person, perhaps with counseling and, can be treated holistically. I do also think there's a provision in here for students that commute. And I know that some of my former students, they commute and they take their healthcare opportunities at their campus and not at home, just so that they have a bit more agency and body autonomy. And so I'm wondering if you could speak to that a little bit as well, how this will not just help on campus, but the whole campus community.
yeah, absolutely. This bill would really give students the really important opportunity to exercise their bodily autonomy and agency, because we trust students to make the best decisions about their health, their futures, and their lives. And this would, only foster more access and more ability for students to be able to do that.
Excellent. With also licensed professionals by folks who've been given that licensure. Thank you. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is, let's see where we are on the list. Next up is Carol Lopez. She'll be followed by Bill Meyerson. Oh, I see. I think Carol Lopez is online. So I think you need to unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you're able. Carol Lopez. Carol Lopez, going once. There she comes. Can you hear me? Can we hear you? I see you trying to unmute yourself. Carol, why don't you continue to try to work out the technical end on your side, and maybe with the assistance of our clerk, you should feel free to exit the room and enter the room again. And in the meantime, I'll ask for Bill Meyerson, who's next on the list. He can deliver his testimony, and we'll come right back to you after Mr. Meyerson. Welcome to the Higher Education Committee. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Representative Haddad and members of the committee. My name is Bill Meyerson. I live in Hamden. I'm an adjunct history professor at Middlesex Community College and a member of the Four Cs Union. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 1105, but I also urge your support for Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6773. I'm here today to urge your support for a bill to increase the ratio of full-time faculty of full-time faculty at our community colleges. I'm here because the CSCU leadership has failed to prioritize hiring more full-time faculty in our community college system, and to date has not included the issue in its current funding request to this legislature. There are numerous challenges facing adjuncts, which at community college represents a full 75% of faculty and staff, the fourth highest ratio of part-time to full-time in the nation. In my 10 years of adjunct teaching, I have personally experienced and/or witnessed these challenges, including no guarantee of employment from semester to semester, cobbling together several adjunct positions wherever they can be found to make ends meet, lower pay and no health benefits, an inability to secure available full-time employment. and the inability to participate in department meetings, shared governance, and regular engagement and support for students that is critical to college and student academic success. And according to a recent survey of CSCU adjuncts, those who are dependent on their adjunct contracts to support their families are more likely to be women and people of color. It's said that teachers' working conditions are a student's learning conditions. Adjunct faculty are as skilled and committed as our full-time colleagues. Yet the precarious nature of adjunct teaching and poor working conditions has an impact on the academic success of both students and our colleges. And as has been mentioned, research shows that increased use of adjunct faculty is associated with lower student retention rates and lower student graduation rates. Lastly, there are serious racial and class inequities that this legislation would address. The majority working class and Black and brown student populations at community college with an adjunct workforce of 75% are thereby disadvantaged compared to our state universities that operate with adjunct faculty of just 20%. The state can begin to correct these equity imbalances by increasing the number of full-time positions and ensuring a pathway to full-time permanent employment for those who seek it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Myerson? I have just one, and that is it references, obviously we have a lot of testimony in support of this bill. We have, I think, as best I can tell, just one, maybe there's more pieces of testimony in opposition. That coming from the system office and the president. They probably correctly point out that that limitations on the number of hours that can be taught by adjunct faculty are included in the collective bargaining agreements for both at the CSU system, and it's also the case at UConn. What are your thoughts on that approach as opposed to this approach, and how would you respond to that objection?
Well, I think the issue is important enough that it be the law of this state and not have to rely on collective bargaining. Of course, if it's not the law, then we would obviously fight for it in collective bargaining. But this is the idea that 75% of our community college students are being taught by contingent employees essentially is shameful, and there are adjuncts who would want to work as full-time and can't do that.
Yeah, the limit do you know what the limits are in the collective bargaining agreements for, let's say, the state university system? My understanding is about 25% of the course.
I believe it's 20% for the state universities.
Yeah. And the current statistic at the community college is what percentage?
75%.
75%, right? So certainly
Yeah.
something seems.
Yeah, and given our student population being majority Black and brown students, working class students, the idea that their education is based on part-time faculty, where if you go to a state university, it's overwhelmingly full-timers. Is something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, and I hope you have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
I'm looking online to see if we can get back to Carol Lopez, but I don't see her. I'll check with the clerk about her status later. The next up on the list is Vincent Piscatelli. He's online as well. He'll be followed.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, if you could turn on your camera, that would be helpful as well. But please feel free to deliver your testimony. You'll be followed by Sarah Berry.
All right, let me just see. Let's start this. Okay, my video might not work, but I'll continue on, not to waste anyone's time.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. I apologize for my phonetics if I got that wrong. My name is Vincent Piscatelli. I'm an adjunct at Gateway Community College. I'm also a 4Cs union member, have been since 2009. My full-time job, I'm a clinical microbiologist. I run a tuberculosis reference laboratory at the Connecticut Veterans Affairs Hospital. Our lab services veterans all over the United States. And probably one of my hardest jobs, I'm also a father of 3 suspiciously nocturnal children. And I live in Wallingford, Connecticut, and have my entire existence. I'm actually testifying in opposition of the verbiage in Senate Bill 1105. The reason is it's a bill that makes too many assumptions and assumes academic departments are one size fits all. The main goal is to recruit full-time positions by hiring adjuncts. That's a good idea. I agree with that. The problem is when a full-time position is posted, it's posted externally and internally. All applicants are welcome to apply. I work in bio. The terminal degree is a PhD. So many displaced PhDs that aren't able to find jobs because academia can be quite tough, research is very difficult. They apply for these jobs and they outcompete adjuncts that have master's degrees that have been teaching, in some cases, for decades. So making full-time jobs available is a fantastic idea, but it will not necessarily go to adjuncts, which will not alleviate the problem with adjuncts having no healthcare or full-time positions. That's got to be noted because that will be the case. I've seen this personally happen the last 3 hires in my university. Okay, so here's the outcome by 2027. There are approximately 41 classes under the biology umbrella in my school. 21 taught by full-timers, 20 by adjuncts. It's nearly 50-50. By 2027, if you cut down to 25%, that would require 10 adjuncts losing their jobs. A full-timer typically teaches at the community college level 3 classes. So best case scenario, if you hire 3 adjuncts, you will still lose 7 adjuncts. 7 people will lose their jobs, okay? So I'm not seeing the complete benefit, 3 gain, 7 loss. It is a good idea for those 3 individuals, but you will have unemployment in the other 7, just as an example. I personally have put my heart and soul into every academic and clinical resource I have into my job.
What was your 3-minute mark? Please summarize.
Whatever I bring to the table, I've been working in clinical micro since 2011. Both of my brothers are physicians. My father just retired, has worked in microbiology for 45 years at Yale New Haven Hospital. I have a plethora of contacts in the clinical world. I hook my students up with potential federal grants. I give my students tours of clinical labs, give them clinical contacts, teach them how to use and utilize scholarships. And if this bill passes by 2027, I may not be here. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your perspective with us, Mr. Piscatelli. I appreciate it, and I think that the issue that you raise certainly indicates just one of the unanticipated consequences and the complexities of what we're talking about. But certainly I think by no means do I think that this legislation is intended to devalue the good work that is performed by adjuncts, and I want to thank you for your commitment to work as an adjunct and to serve your students. So thank you. Are there any additional questions by members of the committee? I don't see any, so I'll just say thank you very much for your testimony. You've given us something to think about, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Sarah Berry. She's in the room. She'll be followed by Annie Dubose or Dubasi, something like that. Thank you. Ms. Berry, thank you for your patience and proceed. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Berry, and I live in Windsor Locks. I'm an adjunct faculty member at Manchester Community College, a member of the 4Cs, and a proud MCC alum. I'm testifying today to urge you to support SB 1105. Research shows that more access to full-time faculty means higher rates of student success. There are many reasons for this, the most obvious being that full-time faculty have more access to resources, more space, more technology, and most importantly, more time to invest in their students. Adjuncts do not have private offices on campus. Many have no office, and those that do share it with multiple colleagues. At MCC, there are often multiple adjuncts working with students simultaneously in one space. At one time, there may be an adjunct giving a makeup exam, another reviewing course concepts with a student seeking help, another discussing the likelihood of passing with a student, another whose student is explaining personal circumstances, and yet another adjunct trying to concentrate on grading assignments. None of these students are getting the best experience nor the same attention they would if a full-time faculty member with a private office taught their course. The student taking an exam would have a quiet workspace. The student reviewing material would be able to focus on their professor's explanations. The student struggling with the course or personal problems could have a place to discuss their concerns privately. And those students whose professor is trying to concentrate on grading would likely have their work returned sooner and with more feedback. Adjuncts do not have the same access to technology as full-time faculty. The computers in MCC's adjunct office do not have webcams or mics, making it impossible to meet virtually with students without providing our own equipment. Full-time faculty are issued college laptops with these capabilities, while adjuncts, when not on campus, are on our own to provide necessary technology. Those of us who are struggling financially may not have the ability to do so. My personal laptop is currently broken and I cannot afford to replace it. Because of Tuesday's weather, I did not have access to campus computers, and the only work I could do from home was responding to emails on my phone. I couldn't access students' electronic work to grade, update my PowerPoints for class, nor post the next assignment, necessitating my getting up early Wednesday morning to be on campus when the building opened to finish preparing for back-to-back morning classes. If I was full-time faculty, I would have a college laptop and not have been in this situation. Many adjuncts work multiple part-time jobs, having less time to spend on campus, less time to meet with students, less connection to the campus community, and less knowledge of the resources available to students, which means less ability to refer students in need to appropriate services. 75% of community college courses are taught by adjuncts, which means 75% of courses are taught by faculty lacking necessary resources. That does not mean that 75% of our courses are taught by less qualified or talented instructors, but it does mean that 75% of our faculty is being exploited, working part-time with less pay, no health benefits, and no job security. It means that 75% of our students may or may not be able to connect with the professors who know them next semester when they need recommendation letters. Our students deserve the same access to full-time faculty as GSU students, and our current adjuncts, many of whom do not see teaching or our students as a hobby, but as a career, deserve full-time jobs and adequate resources.
That is your 3-minute mark. Please summarize.
Yep. It is imperative to our student success that community colleges hire more full-time faculty if we're truly putting students first.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. I'm just going to look around and see if any of my colleagues have any questions. I don't believe so. So appreciate you and your testimony. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, you too.
So Carol Lopez is next. Carol is joining us remotely. Carol, are you there? And if so, if you can turn your camera on, that'd be terrific. And then just tell us, state your name for the record and which bill you are testifying on. That'd be great.
Hi, yes, I'm trying to turn the camera on. For some reason, the camera is not allowing me to turn on in the building.
All right, well, please proceed.
Yes, good afternoon, distinguished community of higher education, and good afternoon, Senator Derek Slapp, Representative Greg Haddad. Pleasure to speak to you. My name is Carol Lopez. I am a student at Manchester Community College and a change agent in my community as well. I am a story of hope for the times where people are losing it. I come before you today with the same hope in this committee that you will honor your oath that you once took to help your community become a better place for your children and grandchildren to feel safe in. When I left Brooklyn, New York over 12 years ago to come here, it was to better my life for my children. I am studying at Manchester Community College for drug and alcohol recovery and will soon graduate if this hike does not happen. These hikes will affect me in so many ways, as I will not be able to complete my degree. I will also lose the job I have at school, and my son will also not be able to graduate. I know that I will fight to do everything in my power to make the necessary changes so that can happen. The sad part that these are not personal changes that I need to make. I believe I've done a really good job at staying clean and sober from opiates and a lot of other drugs over a decade now. This is why my career means so much to me and why I know I will be the difference when I am given the opportunity to work with others like me. At this part of my journey, I am a full-time single mom, student volunteer, student leader, and I am working 2 jobs to support my family. I am the secretary of the Adult Student Network. I am a senator in the Student Governance Association and a very instrumental volunteer at the Cougar Pantry, where I call home. I have created a culture of love no matter who you have once been. It doesn't mean it defines you for the rest of your life. I am the living example. How do you close the educational doors on a single mom who is disabled, living in recovery, way under her means, and is still trying to have a future to help her family and others? Completing college for me is very important, even more important than the impact I will be able to make in all the communities I visit. I am the change that community college was supposed to make possible and the opportunities it was supposed to give the lower income families. I pray the Higher Education Bureau lives up to their end of the bargain so my children and I can have these opportunities to be modern citizens in the world. If we do have the opportunity to graduate, the state of Connecticut will have just earned a new drug and alcohol recovery counselor and also a physical therapist to help athletes in the state who suffer with chronic diseases. Now imagine that. Thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful and blessed day.
Carol, thank you. Just to be clear, you're testifying on the bill that would expand the PAC program for returning in part-time students. Is that correct?
Yes, 1108.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay. Carol, thank you for your testimony. Congratulations on all that you've accomplished in your sobriety. And we're really pleased that you could take some time out of your very busy schedule to join us. I'm looking around to see if any of my colleagues have any questions. I don't see any. So thanks again. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Okay, Annie DeBose is up next. Annie's going to be joining us remotely there. I see Annie. Annie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, legislators and distinguished members of the Committee for Higher Education. My name is Annie DuBose. I have been an adjunct professor at Norwalk Community College and the University of Connecticut Stamford campus for 19 years. Members of the committee, I find immense pleasure in educating my students and instructing them. But being in the limbo for so many years is infuriating. At NCC alone, I have taught 57 semesters, 114 class sessions, and 1,710 students. Many think that my contributions to our great state are remarkable, and I have been recognized for my achievements. That makes me proud. But the gangrene of rampant corruption and blatant nepotism within the Connecticut community college system is demoralizing, and it impedes my chances to land in a full-time position. 75% of courses offered within the system is taught by adjuncts. This is nefarious. Legislators, reform in our community college system is overdue. Therefore, I am asking you to please vote in support of SB 1105 so exploitation can be replaced with equity, justice, and real opportunity for our persevering adjuncts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Yes, we do have one question for you, at least one. Representative?
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to thank you for your service. I represent Norwalk and part of Westport, so thank you, Professor DuBose, for your service to Norwalk Community College. I know how vibrant that institution is in our region and how important your work is there for our future. As somebody who's also adjuncted in the Connecticut state system myself, I see the work up close every day. You all do the work I used to do, and I thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you, Representative. Great. Annie, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, and you as well.
All right, up next is Anya Mehta. I hope I pronounced that right. Oh, close enough. I'm getting a head nod. Good. All right, and then Kara Delaney remotely after that.
Good afternoon, Senator Slop, Representative Haddad, and other distinguished members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the indigenous lands of the Algonquin peoples. My name is Anya Mehta. I'm a resident of Simsbury and a junior at UConn. I'm here today to testify on behalf of myself and the UConn community in strong favor of Senate Bill 1108. I've been a resident of Connecticut for my whole life. I stayed in state for college because UConn offers me the opportunity to grow as an academic and future professional. However, I would not be able to fulfill my goal of completing my health policy degree if I wasn't able to access reproductive health care when I needed it. I currently have access to my own transportation. In my freshman and sophomore years, I did not. After intensively studying it this semester, I can somewhat understand the insurance and financial policies relating to reproductive health care. A couple months ago, I did not. I currently have just enough money to cover the cost it would take to drive to UConn's nearest Planned Parenthood. A few weeks ago, I did not. Not to mention the cost of care, which can be upwards of $500, far more than what I make in a 2-week pay period, even after working 3 jobs. As everyone does, I regularly require access to reproductive health care, but my ability to provide it for myself is circumstantial. I have the privilege of studying women's issues and health disparities, and I know that marginalized communities at UConn, specifically Black and Brown women and gender nonconforming students, are being disproportionately and negatively impacted by the status quo. As students, our focus should be on our education. To be here today, I had to reschedule a midterm exam because I acknowledge the importance of advocating for my rights. However, students should not have to bear this burden. Connecticut needs to pass this bill as an investment in and commitment to students' futures. Since the overturning of Roe last June, myself and my peers have been unsure about what the reproductive healthcare landscape will look like in Connecticut. We were assured by our leaders that our state will remain at the forefront of reproductive rights for all those in need of care. Let's make that a reality for the countless students like myself who want to continue their education without the undue stress of researching the nearest clinic and finding their services and discreet ways of paying for their appointment and needed medication. Let's make reproductive health care accessible to this vulnerable population of students who have higher rates of unprotected sex and have less financial resources than others. I urge you all to vote in favor of this bill as it solidifies your commitment to the constituents that this committee serves, students at higher education institutions. Thank you all again for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Looking to see if there are questions. Representative Farrar has a question for you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Anya, for being here. I appreciate your sentiment around you taking the time, rescheduling a midterm to be with us. I know that took some effort and energy on your part, but it came through in the passion of your testimony. So thank you for doing that. and for being here with us today. I just wanted to ask a question similar, I think, to a former student I asked earlier, because your personal experience is so helpful for us. In this legislation, we're looking for the schools to really come up with plans around how students will be informed of how to access this range of reproductive health care services. You mentioned a little bit in your testimony, but could you illuminate for us how you think that would improve the circumstances for yourself or for other students if they had access, again, to that full range of reproductive health care services?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the most, I think, common for myself at least is the mental health burden of having to come up with your own care, of having to, being in a situation where you need reproductive health care is already a very intimate and sometimes stressful experience. And then on top of that, having to, make your own decisions without any guidance or, without knowing what your financial situation will be after receiving care, because as I mentioned, the insurance policies regarding reproductive care and HIPAA and everything like that, a lot of students are on their parents' insurance and they don't want their parents to see, it's a very stressful situation. But having that plan put in place by UConn or whatever the college may be would greatly reduce that stress and that burden on students.
Thank you. And I did just want to ask one quick follow-up question too. There was a testimony earlier that recommended that we slightly amend the bill to make sure that all referrals and transportation is to licensed medical providers. And I wanted to ask your perspective as a student, if that's something that you also think would be helpful to include in the bill.
Yes, I do think that should be included. There, for the purpose of there being no confusion or ability to manipulate students. A lot of the times we'll see, oh, you can be referred to this service or this service, but they have a political agenda behind the care that they provide. For example, the mobile care vans that was talked about earlier, they are provided to the students from a pro-life group, and basically the care that they receive is not medical care. It's counseling and trying to manipulate students into keeping an unwanted pregnancy. So yeah, it's not the same level of care that UConn or another college should be providing their students. I believe that universities should be providing medical grade care.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate you giving a personal example of seeing that on campus, and also just reiterating that we would want all of our students to be able to access, again, licensed medical providers as determined by our federal government and the Department of Public Health. So thank you, Anya, and thank you to the chairman for the opportunity to ask the questions.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Just say, again, also good work rescheduling your midterm. I don't know who your professor is or what they know about what you're doing today, but it's,
It was for the purpose of this. Yes, I have to get pictures. Like I have to.
You're putting your education to use by making sure your voice is heard, and that's to be commended. So thanks for being here and sharing your perspective.
Thank you so much.
Next up on the list is Cara Delaney. She is online and will join us remotely. She'll be followed by Seth Freeman, who I think is in the room. Miss Delaney.
Yes, hi. I just want to say thank you to the members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee for inviting my testimony and others today. My name is Cara Delaney. I am an OBGYN physician providing full spectrum healthcare, including abortion care in the Hartford area. And I'm here to support Senate Bill 1108. So just a little bit about my practice. I take care of patients from all walks of life in Connecticut, and many of them share personal experiences of how their ability to make decisions about their own health allow them to create the lives that they want. Students in higher education are a really special population, as we just heard from the student or earlier and her story of what got her here. And these students face some real barriers in their ability to access reproductive health care, including abortion care. So students have expressed many difficulties, including insurance barriers, transportation issues, missing classes and work, and issues with taking care of the children that they already have. They rely on word of mouth and unreliable internet searches to find care, as many do not have or do not know if their student health services can provide accurate information about pregnancy options and referrals. The stigma surrounding abortion care is real and deepens inequities of populations already experiencing barriers to achieving good health care. So early access to abortion care also helps people get earlier counseling and earlier opportunities to start prenatal care if they choose. In the last year, millions of people in the US are living in states that have banned or severely restricted reproductive rights. And I'm very thankful to be living and working in Connecticut, a state that is a leader in protecting these rights. I believe this bill will give a push for higher institutions to take the reproductive health care needs of their students seriously and remove some of the barriers and stigma associated with this type of care. In order to commit to the strongest changes, I also urge this committee to earmark funding to help higher institutions create plans that best fit their students' needs. And I just wanted to, because I know that that a change in language was mentioned by a couple of the previous people providing testimony, and I do think that language change will make students trying to get this care safer and also going to clinics that they can trust. There are clinics out there that are not licensed and are not under the same ethical constraints of a medical practice. And so that includes providing privacy protections for people under HIPAA, and also providing unbiased information. So that means that there are clinics like not licensed clinics that do not have to give accurate counseling or accurate dating on ultrasounds. And so I think that change of language is very important and will make this bill stronger. So I thank you for your time today, and I welcome any questions anyone has.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Dr. Delaney. I appreciate that you have taken the time out of what I'm sure is a busy day to offer testimony to us. On your last point around licensure, you mentioned a couple of things that are important, and there are qualifications or qualities that a licensed medical provider would have, really assurances in a number of different areas that a licensed medical provider would have that an unlicensed medical provider would not. But I'm going to ask you what I think is a kind of a provocative question, and I hope that you'll give me an honest answer. I'm sure you will. Because I feel like in this committee today, we've so politics has entered into the room a little bit around this stuff. But so with licensure, am I correct in saying that there's nothing involved in becoming a licensed medical provider that would require anybody to check their politics at the door? In other words, there are licensed providers who held various opinions about a number of different political issues, and the access to abortion would be one of them. And am I correct in saying that there are licensed medical providers on both sides of that issue? And that's not what we're getting at when we're suggesting that a medical provider should be licensed.
Yeah, I really appreciate your question, and I agree that there are licensed providers that would not give patients full pregnancy options, for example, but they're still under, as a licensed provider, they're still under the restrictions of HIPAA, and they are still under the restrictions of providing the patient with accurate counseling, and so I think that is the main difference, is that there are clinics out there that do not fall under this category to be able to protect patients' privacy.
Yeah, no, I understand that entirely. I guess you know, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I just think that when we're talking about licensed medical provider, you mentioned a number of things. It'd be helpful. I know if you submitted testimony, if you could send us an email about some of those things, we can ask the Department of Public Health about specifically what those characteristics are. But I've never heard that licensure is used as a substitute for pro-life or pro-choice. Licensure is something that qualifies a medical professional to to a certain clinical standard and a certain privacy standard, and not additional qualifications. And so I think it's a point worth making in the context of the debate today, and I appreciate your clarification about what licensure really means in this context. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate your testimony. Next up is Seth Freeman. He will be followed by Kim Fort, who has signed up to offer remote testimony. After her would be Uma Mehta. So that's the lineup coming up. Mr. Freeman, thank you for being here, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Representative Haddad, Senator Slapp, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Seth Freeman, and I'm a resident of West Hartford. I'm a full-time faculty member at Capital Community College, current president of Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges, and 4Cs is a proud member of Recovery for All. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 8, Senate Bill 1105, and House Bill 6773. 4Cs fully supports Senate Bill 8 to expand debt-free community college to include returning students, and we fully support House Bill 6773 to require public colleges and universities to address the needs of housing insecure students. Both of these bills are extremely important. I will use my statement before you today, however, to focus on Senate Bill 1105 that would have a transformative effect and significantly advance equity in our community college system. SB 1105 is squarely designed to fix the long-standing problem and inequity of over-reliance on adjunct faculty in our community college system. In my written statement, I share about my personal story and my personal experiences working as an adjunct faculty, both at Capital and Tunxus, and my experience now as a full-time faculty at Capital. I share the vastly different experiences I have had working part-time versus full-time. I share how I could not and would not have maximized my potential as a faculty member if I did not become full-time. I share how two of the accomplishments I'm most proud of at Capital, being awarded the National Science Foundation grant and starting a youth summer computer science program, would have been impossible if I never transcended adjunct status. When we systematically relegate our faculty to part-time adjunct status, we limit the faculty member themselves. This hurts our students, this hurts our economy. I also talk about my experience working in the precarious nature of adjunct status and experiencing firsthand what it's like to not know if a class I was assigned will run or not, and if I will have a job or not. Kim Forte from A Better Connecticut Institute will speak after me, as many others, and will share how this precarity and insecurity of adjunct work hurts the worker. Adjuncts face economic insecurities, healthcare, and housing insecurities due to the systematic overuse of part-time faculty. Many today will also present the research, which is crystal clear that full-time faculty are a better structural model for our students. Research is clear that higher rates of full-time faculty correspond to higher rates of student retention, graduation, and transfer. No one disagrees that having more full-time faculty is better for our students. You will hear today the unacceptable statistic that Connecticut is the fourth worst in the country in terms of the percentage of part-time faculty in two-year public institutions. You will hear today about the structural racism in Connecticut public higher education. It is unacceptable that as the percentage of Black and Brown and low-income students across our institutions increase, so does the utilization of part-time faculty. There are so many reasons why we need to—
Freeman and Mark, please summarize.
Thank you, I'll wrap up. There are so many reasons why we need to support Senate Bill 1105. Senate Bill 1105 will ensure that our students get what they deserve. So for all these reasons, I urge this body to act, and I'm happy to take any questions specifically about the Board of Regents' response to this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Did you have anything you wanted to comment about in terms of the Board of Regents' response to this bill?
Thank you, Representative Haddad. I included in my testimony this as well. And I'm aware of the board's position that they support hiring more full-time faculty, but they don't support this bill. The statement that we would make is if what actions is the board taking if they support more full-time faculty? Because our faculty and clearly everyone that's testifying today are saying words aren't enough. And specifically, if the board has not asked for additional resources, which we know would be needed. So if they're not asked, to be blunt, if the board is not asking for additional resources, then when it's time for the board to bargain this matter, there will be no money available, and that will shut down the issue just like that, right? So it's unclear at best what the board means when they're saying this should be bargained if they're not even asking for the money to be able to bargain it. So that's why, and that's why we're saying we need this legislature act. We need the legislature to intervene. And if that provides some clarity.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. I mean, I also just wanted to say, I wanted to thank you for the comments about your comments about how it advantages students to be taught by full-time adjunct faculty. I mean, I think about, I mean, I think we have great adjunct faculty in Connecticut, and many of them, contrary to perhaps some of the prior testifiers' comments, many of them I think would qualify for additional positions, full-time tenured positions in our system, if they were made available to them. So as we grow the number of full-time tenured professors, I would expect that many of those who are in the adjunct ranks would move there. But they're also not paid to do all of the things in between classes that full-time tenured professors do. And those are the kinds of things that sort of make a campus, aside from the classes, a campus be a place to go to learn and to gain experience and to benefit from the experience of tenured faculty. And so I thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate it. And I think a policy like this certainly would help students as well. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony and have a good afternoon. Next on the agenda is Kim Forte. I'm not sure which is the correct pronunciation, but she'll introduce her and tell us. And she will be followed by Uma Mehta.
Good afternoon, Representative Haddad, Senator Slapp, members of the committee. It is Kim Forte. I would like to give a personal hello to my neighbor, fellow Milwaukeean, Representative Johnson. I am the executive director of A Better Connecticut Institute. A Better Connecticut Institute is a nonprofit organization, research and reporting on equitable and progressive policy solutions to build healthy communities, high quality education, and economic security for all Connecticutans. I give this testimony in coalition with Recovery for All, for which we are a proud member. And additionally, this testimony has been helped by and in support with Mike Mulcahy, a researcher that I've worked with, who's of Working Title Research. In recent months, ABCI, along with our colleagues over at the 4Cs and CSU AAUP, have done a survey of over 1,000 adjuncts here in Connecticut. And I have to tell you, it shows our higher education at a real moral crisis. I don't have to echo the facts to you about how having a stabilized education workforce at community college helps students. I won't repeat that, but I will repeat these statistics. 75% of those educating at the community college level are working part-time. That is we are the fourth lowest state in our nation at that statistic, which is quite embarrassing for a state who heralds its high education as some of the highest in the nation. We know that disproportionately community college campuses are immigrants, are students who are immigrants, students who are Black and brown, trying to work their way into the middle class, and certainly representative for our can talk to you about the migration testimony I gave just days ago. We are a state that's constantly talking about raising our middle class, and a way to do that is through our community colleges, and this is what's happening. 50% of responders report, who are adjunct professors, report struggling financially throughout the year, with their hardest times being summer and winter, when their costs of utilities are rising. 16% of respondents report not being able to provide the food they wish to buy for their children and feed it to them on a daily basis. Alarmingly, 10% of them are living at housing precarity. We have an 8% housing precarity rate at our state level. And what we know is that this workforce, regardless of how many classes they teach, I will not repeat the beautiful testimony from a part-time educator earlier, that they can work, they can teach, they can get great results from students, supporting them and feeling great about their education, but it's not guaranteed full-time. And I just want to point out one last thing that I think is so telling. We talked a lot, and your body has been talking a lot about the human right to healthcare today and throughout the last several weeks. These professors do not get healthcare. And those who teach enough to get healthcare have to put out all the money in front and then prove to the state that they actually qualify for that healthcare, and then they're reimbursed. I cannot imagine going every day having to pay for my healthcare up front for my entire family, only to have to go through a bureaucratic process when the state themselves know exactly how many hours these people are teaching, because they're the ones paying them to do it. They are not getting benefits. They are not being able to support their families. And
That was your
this is
3
why
minute
we
mark.
can't
Please
build our
summarize.
middle class.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
happy to, we have a summary of I'll just add that we have a summary of this survey that can be distributed by Mr. Freeman, Ms. Williams from AAUP, and myself if you want it, and we're happy to meet with the committee about our findings.
Please do forward the survey to us. That would be great. And if we have any questions about it, we certainly know where to find you. Are there any questions? Representative Farrar.
Thank you. In addition to that survey, thanks, Kim. I just had a question. I think it was in your testimony and you referenced it here in person about Connecticut having the fourth highest ratio of part-time to full-time faculty. Would you be able to send us a little more information about that in regards to how we compare to other states and how other states have addressed that?
Absolutely. I will answer just right now. That is through IPED's data. So it is through the federal system for which we're self-reporting, along with every other state throughout the nation. But I'll get a breakdown for you.
Thank you. That would be wonderfully helpful. Thank you,
Great.
Chairman.
One small other question, which is just about the specifics of the bill. I mean, we, drafted the bill. We picked some percentages. We outlined a glide path to 25%. Have you looked at those, and do you think that's a reasonable plan? And do you think that the system will be able to make those changes, that there'll be enough of it, that it's not too much of a HR burden, I guess, on the system to be able to make the changeover in the timeline that's granted in the bill?
Well, I'm going to answer the second part of your question first. There has been an increased amount of money going through a central university system. So I think that their HR department can probably handle it. As for the first part of your question, I'm going to defer to my colleagues in the unions as far as what they foresee, what is the best ratio for this bill. But again, I don't think I said at the beginning, I am testifying in support of 1105, Senate Bill 1105.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for
I
your
don't see
time.
any additional questions here or online. And so next up is Uma Mehta. She'll be followed by Sydney Collins, who is said to be joining us online, although I don't see her. So we'll see if she shows up. And after Sydney Collins will be John O'Connor.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and other distinguished members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Uma Mehta, and I'm a resident of Simsbury and a recent graduate of UConn with a Bachelor of Science in Biology. I am an incoming medical student at UConn School of Medicine, and I'm here on behalf of myself to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1108. This bill will allow students who are currently barred from obtaining reproductive health care resources to gain access to this needed care. When healthcare access is limited, community resources like free handouts and town halls are vital to maintaining reproductive wellness. However, this is not enough. Without access to proper guidance and resources, students will take it upon themselves to prevent pregnancy. In Texas, a 2020 study found that 6.9% of participants attempted to end their own pregnancy on their own before going to a clinic. Because they are left with no other option, some may go to extremes, like starving themselves, taking triple the recommended dose of ibuprofen, abusing drugs and alcohol, or even finding black market misoprostol. This committee ought to consider the safety and wellness of students. Recently, I applied to medical schools across the country. One of the first things I looked up was a map that has been circulating throughout the medical and pre-med community since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. The map shows which schools offer comprehensive training in abortion and support reproductive health care rights. I was proud to see UConn Health's commitment to full spectrum training, and I believe the university should reflect this as well. With so many other demands of student life, including classes, studying, homework, research, and jobs, students often put their own well-being last. I urge this committee to put students first. Having access to reproductive health care is a right. UConn and other schools ought to make it as easy as possible for students to access the care they need and complete their education. Please vote in favor of this bill and prove your commitment to the advancement of higher education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate that have been patiently waiting in the room, and we're here to deliver your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much and have a good afternoon. I'm looking online and I don't see the next person who signed up, that's Sydney Collins. If she arrives, then we will return to her. So next up would be John O'Connor. He will be followed by Nicole Pasquarel. I don't know if she's in the office, in the room, or remote. She's supposed to be remote. And after that would be Jen Widness. Mr. O'Connor.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and all members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is John O'Connor, and I teach in the Sociology Department at Central Connecticut State University in New Britain. I am active in CSU AAUP, the faculty union. I'm testifying before this committee today to urge you to amend and expand upon the governor's budget proposal for the CSCU system. In these days of budget guardrails, I hope it is this committee that will ensure that we maintain and expand education on-ramps for the students of Connecticut. The CSCU system, our community colleges and state universities, play a crucial role in our state. You all know the story. Our students come from Connecticut and they remain here. CSCU institutions contribute to our economy. They are key pathways to social mobility, and they ensure that those marginalized by race, class, immigration status, age, sexuality, religion, and disability have the opportunity to pursue their dreams and future. I am testifying about 3 bills this afternoon. CSU AAUP supports House Bill 6773 on housing insecurity. However, the committee should note that the CSUs do not need a study bill. We do not need more surveys to identify a problem that we already know exists. In recent years at Central, I've been told by some students that they are living in their cars, crashing in someone's basement, or surfing on their friends' couches. Students at the CSUs are suffering from a wide range of insecurities. You cannot think about school when you're uncertain about where you are staying. We need funding to implement programs that deal with this issue, such as how can we subsidize dorm space? We don't need another survey. CSU AAUP supports Senate Bill 8, but again, not as it stands. Our students at the CSUs need more financial aid. We would like to see the PAC program expanded into the state universities, and we do not want it targeted to the 3 areas that the governor believes would impact workforce development. CSU students, like students everywhere, are struggling, and we want to see aid programs that benefit them. The PAC program needs to be moved into the university. In fact, it should help needy students transition from the community colleges to the state universities. It doesn't do that, and it should. CSU AAUP's CBA limits the number of low credits taught by part-time faculty at any one university to not more than 20% of those taught by full-time faculty. Our community college colleagues have no such cap. CSU AAUP strongly supports Senate Bill 1105 that moves to correct this. It's an outrage that so many higher education jobs are contingent on factors that have nothing to do with the quality or importance of a faculty member's work. The neoliberal college and university privileges flexibility and exploitation over the necessary rights and conditions to make education the best for students and to allow part-time faculty to provide a decent life for themselves. There's only one way out of the dungeon of education.
Summarize.
Sure. There is only one way out of the dungeon of education precarity, and that is a basic job security, a living wage, and benefits. Higher education in our country used to be the great equalizer, yet today, far too often, it consolidates the existing inequality that exists in our communities and our state. Hopefully, this committee will take the step toward changing that. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Slapp has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. John, thanks for your testimony. Just want to be clear with regards to Senate Bill 8, is your objection that it does not go far enough in expansion of PAC?
Yes. You know, while we want more PAC money, clearly for the community colleges, it's time that the PAC program make its way into the state universities. I think you know, we have to realize that the students at the universities are struggling financially as well. And the program would certainly help a great many of the students that I see day in and day out.
Great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other questions for? I don't see any. So thank you very much for your testimony and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Next up is, well, I don't see a lot of people who are next up. Nicole Pasquarel. I don't see her in the room and I don't see her online. Jennifer Widness, I don't see in the room and I don't see online. Travis Woodward, I know is online. So Mr. Woodward, you're next.
I'll take it. Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, Senator Kelly, Representative Haynes, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer for the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also the president of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 25,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers. I offer the following testimony in support of Senate Bill 8, Senate Bill 1105, and House Bill 6773. In support of Senate Bill 8 to expand debt-free community college to including returning students, this bill will make community college more accessible for students across our state. The ability to attend college without taking on debt is an educational and economic game changer that should be available to all who want it. Attending a community college should be accessible to all and never dependent on whether a student or their family have enough money in the bank. I support Senate Bill 1105 to hire more full-time faculty across our community colleges. Research shows in the relationship between access to full-time faculty and higher rates of student retention, graduation, and transfer. I support SB 1105 because community college students deserve the same access to full-time workers as our state universities and UConn. Short staffing is not exclusive to our community colleges. I know firsthand the challenges of short staffing in my work for the Connecticut Department of Transportation. Regrettably, this is a problem for my fellow CSEA members and other state employees across state service. SB 1105 is a chance to address this problem in the community colleges. A properly staffed community college system will provide immediate benefits to students and faculty as well as pay dividends for years to come. I support HB 6773 to require public colleges and universities to address the needs of housing insecure students. Ideally alleviating some of the financial burden on students by providing access to affordable housing. Students should go to class, do their assignments, study, and learn. They should not have to worry about where they're going to sleep at night or how they can afford the rent. The support we can provide to housing insecure students now will give them a foundation for lifelong success. I urge committee members to support higher education faculty and students by voting for Senate Bill 8, Senate Bill 1105, and House Bill 6773. As a father with children getting close to making critical college choices, these bills hit extremely close to home. I would also like to add that the State Employees Bargaining Agent Coalition supports these bills as well. I'd like to thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and you even beat the buzzer, so good job. You're an engineer at the Department of Transportation?
Yes, I am.
My understanding is those are engineers at the Department of Transportation are endangered species. Fewer and fewer, harder and harder to find folks to do that work. Can you tell me what it looks like at work, and how and how that relates to your support for public higher education?
So a lot of the engineering students that come to our department are from UConn and CCSU. So I would like to see an increase. Right now, we have 20% vacancies in engineering and construction inspection. Our construction inspectors are mostly engineers with some construction management degrees as well. It's been tough. A lot of our work gets outsourced to consultants. They're the same level of professionals that we are, but they come at a huge surcharge to the state to the tune of $100 million wasted annually because we can't hire enough engineers within state.
Thank you. That's kind of the response I thought I would get from you if I asked that question. And I thank you for your service to the Department of Transportation, the state of Connecticut, and thank you for your testimony. Are there any additional questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
Next up is Carl Chisholm. He will be followed by Femi Bogle Asagai, and Ray Leet is after follows. Mr. Chisholm, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Carl Chisholm, and I am President of the Connecticut Employees Union Independent, SEIU Local 511, otherwise known as NP2 Bargaining Unit. Our members represent over 6,000, our union represents over 6,000 active and retired blue-collar maintenance and active service workers, most of which are employed as tradespeople and custodians within Connecticut's public higher education systems. Our members provide valuable service within our state's institutions of higher education, including community college systems, the Connecticut State University system, as well as UConn campuses and health center, just to name a few. Thank you for your opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 6564. And that concerning the unfunded pension liability portion of the fringe benefit costs for employees of the constituent units of state system of higher ed. Our members have witnessed firsthand how detrimental these perceived unfunded liabilities can be to their job security, especially when universities are able to calculate and apply their own fringe rate analysts to job classifications without being held accountable as to how they came up with these calculations. Just this past summer, we saw over 24 of our NP2 custodial positions that were previously serviced the athletic facilities at UConn stores, privatized by the Associate Vice President of Facilities Operations, Mike Jednick. The information provided to us by the university showed that they were using a fringe rate of 108% for NP2 members, employees, with the comptroller's most recent fringe benefit recovery rate suggests that a rate of 67.4% be used. We have provided multiple written requests to the university that they provide us with this 108% fringe rate percentage was calculated, and we have yet received a response. We've moved forward with the pension petition to the State Contracting Standards Board regarding this issue, but the damage had already been done. While none of these workers technically lost their employment due to the immediate issue, as they were offered alternate positions throughout the university. They did lose their jobs that they had and valued. Some were moved to different shifts and locations, uprooting their daily lives. There was no burdensome to some that had chose to just leave the state employment with the university altogether. Ideally, we would see oversight, put in place that would stop these universities from having able to arbitrarily use these numbers to calculate these fringe rates that they then use to privatize jobs and increase tuition. Unfortunately, the state does not seem to currently have the proper channels in place to support these, requiring the controller to fund the unfunded pension liability portion. Of the fringe rate cost of these employees, one of the major steps we can take in order to prevent further abuse by the lack of oversight, therefore decreasing the threat of privatization for our workers, as well as the tuition hikes for our students and their families. No amount of petitioning the State Contracting Standard Board or testimony that I provide today will get our members the jobs back that they so value. Some have lost forever to the state service due to these injustices. At a time when we are so desperately need to increase, not decrease, the amount of state workers we employ after hitting a target retirement cliff in July of last year, coupled with years of past attrition, we need to do whatever we are able to put a stop to universities' ability to impose these consequences on workers and students who, without oversight, requiring the comptroller to fund the unfunded pension liability portion of the fringe rate costs for these employees in just one way we can do, one thing we can do. Thank you for allowing me to testify. Any questions I will take.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chisholm, for your testimony. I appreciate it. Helpful to be, I don't want to be a go-between between you and the university, but I would just say that the university did provide us with a page of testimony that talks about a 67% state retirement fringe, which adds up to 108% fringe rate when you add some other components. You can look at Jeff Gagan's testimony and you can sort of see that calculation that might illuminate some of the issue there. But
Sure.
more to the point, I think your point is, I don't want to lose your bigger point, which is that you had workers working at the University of Connecticut
Yes.
who were doing maintenance work for the athletic facilities, and the university outsourced all of that work. And the reason why part of the reason why they rationalized that was because the fringe rate cost for employees that gets charged to the university by the state comptroller's office is so steep. And part of the reason why that's so steep is because we're using that fringe rate to pay off our unfunded pension liability. The problem, I guess, in all this is that even though those workers no longer work for the state of Connecticut, the legacy costs still stay with the state of Connecticut. We didn't get out of paying the debt. We're just gonna charge, a greater fringe rate on every other, state employee. It just drives the fringe rate up for everybody else. And so the cost is not truly avoided. It just isn't, it provides a little bit of relief to the university, but it really puts the debt back on the comptroller and on the state. We haven't liquidated our debt. And so you raise a really important point, I think, because this is how, sometimes practices and procedures that we employ around here, they have real consequences to people who are doing the real work of running the institution. And those are your members in this case. I'm sorry that this happened to those employees. And it's sort of penny wise and pound foolish, because now we have fewer state employees over which to do the work. And I don't know that we're getting a better deal by outsourcing the work than we were with your members.
Right.
And we're still paying the same unfunded pension liability that we were, before your workers lost their job. And so it's a curious episode in all this. And it's unfortunate. But thank you very much for bringing it to our attention.
And I'm sure they've had the same fringe liability probably 8 years ago. And they did the same thing. They hired the same contractor. They brought him in for a certain period of time and found out they weren't doing the job, and then they went back to hiring our folks.
Yeah, because if you're looking for accountability, there's no greater accountability than for your own
Mhm.
employees as opposed to contractors. And so
Mhm.
I certainly appreciate that as well. Yeah, this wasn't a problem before we started paying off our unfunded pension liability. You know, if you look at the rate that was charged
Mhm.
to higher education institutions, you know, it just skyrocketed once we started paying off our unfunded pension liability. And 10 years ago, when we started doing that, I don't think that anybody really anticipated it would have such a detrimental impact on public higher education, but it has. And this is where we at. We'll do what we can to fix the problem. Thank you for your testimony.
Appreciate it.
Are there any additional questions by members of the committee? I don't see any, so thank you very much. We appreciate it. Next up on the list, my list says Femi Bogle Asagai. I don't know if I'm completely saying that correctly, but I trust that if you were present, they would raise their hand. Ray, followed by Ray Leet, who I believe has joined us online and will testify remotely. Ray, can you turn on your camera and unmute yourself and deliver your testimony? Ray will be followed by Jessica Jones, if she's.
Absolutely.
Ray, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going with SB number 1105. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. I'm Professor Ray Leet, Professor of Digital Arts Technology at Naugatuck Valley Community College. Faculty are the most important part of Connecticut's community college system. Without the dedication, passion, and compassion of our faculty, our students would not, could not succeed as they do. Our faculty are being worn out and overworked by the Connecticut Community College system. We cannot succeed as a system until we succeed in supporting our full-time faculty. Advising, one faculty member, 125 students registered in the program. In my department, I am the only full-time faculty member who can advise 125 students on digital arts technology specialties, collaborative learning opportunities, and job readiness. We cannot advise when we do not have the hours to see every student. The digital arts department is at its core 5 unique academic disciplines in one department, overseen by 1 full-time faculty member, 8 adjuncts, and 1 part-time EA. 1 faculty member who must specialize in all 5 fields. We cannot focus when we do not have full-time faculty in every discipline. Technology in the classroom has to be updated every semester to provide the best learning experience. The staff who identified, researched, requested, installed, and educated our instructors have been lost to retirement. This job is now added to mine. We cannot have the newest technology to learn on when we do not have the time to implement it. Our technology requires dozens of hours to maintain our unique digital arts workstation computers, the audio studio, live streaming equipment, video and drone equipment, and our studio/student creative maker space. We cannot teach when we do not have equipment ready for every student. Our award-winning collaborations with the NVCC music, theater, dance, and art departments are outstanding opportunities for our students to gain hands-on experience in their craft. We cannot provide opportunities when we do not have full-time faculty available to guide students in their learning. There are not enough hours in the day for one person to support the wide reach of the digital arts technology program. Our faculty are being worn out and overworked by the Connecticut Community College system. We cannot succeed as a system until we succeed in supporting our full-time faculty. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Professor Leet? Go ahead. Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Professor, for coming in and testifying. Approximately how many classes are taught a semester in your department, just so we have a kind of rough idea of just how much the load is? 'Cause
Okay, it's I would say on average, 18 courses a semester. Some semesters it's as low as 16, some as 20, 21 sections are offered.
That's very substantial load. And I know you're at Naugatuck Valley. Is this, in your view, a systemic wide problem at the community colleges?
My program is at NVCC, but I do believe that this is very, it passes over into different programs as well. I know some colleagues like hospitality, it's the same situation. And I don't know if it's ECE. There's a couple different programs in here where it's a one-man show and with lots of adjuncts.
Coming from a art college background, I know how important faculty is in terms of the students being able to network and get jobs coming out of program. Do you see this as a problem because of the lack of full-time help in your department?
I do have to say that because it's hard to be a specialist in all these different areas of the arts. So it is lacking for students to get as much as they could out of it without other faculty in those designated areas. So I do think it does a disservice to them.
I just, one more question. I know a lot of people when they talk about the arts are thinking, oh, they're just going to paint and whatnot. If you could just briefly speak to the importance of, on the technical end of the digital arts, how important they are to our economy, especially going forward in the 21st century. And thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. That's a great question. The funny thing is I tell my students everywhere, the digital arts technology jobs exist everywhere with the exception of one place. The one place it won't exist is if there's no electricity. It doesn't matter what job you're in. You might be a graphic designer that wants to be in the graphic design field and work for a graphic design firm, but there's so many small mom and pop operations that need people to make flyers or marketing material. So you're getting graphic design in so many different areas. And I can probably almost guarantee that everybody in the room would be asking for help from someone once they know how to do a certain computer skill. So these skills are ready and necessary for any industry out there. I don't know of one that it wouldn't qualify for. So these skills are not just for specialty videographies, audio technicians, graphic designers, web designers. It goes across the gamut of every job out there.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging my questions.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your time and expertise. Next up on the list is Jessica Jones, who is online and will testify remotely. She'll be followed by Michael Bailey. He'll be followed by Kathy Milton.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, proceed, please.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Jessica Jones. I'm a student at Capital Community College and I currently reside in New Haven. I am testifying in support of three bills, Senate Bill 8, Senate Bill 1105, and House Bill 6773. I support Senate Bill 8 to expand debt-free community college to include returning students. This bill will make community college more accessible for students across our state. I support Senate Bill 1105 to hire more full-time faculty across our community colleges. Having access to full-time faculty is extremely important to me because I like to seek out constant support, not only for my studies, but for my personal life as well. It is truly limiting to have only part-time faculty as I am not getting access to the full support that I truly need. And I feel more confident with full-time faculty members that are here to be my guide and guidance for other students. Their presence is truly needed in order for students like me to succeed and make connections in the real world. I support House Bill 6773 to require public colleges and universities to address the needs of housing insecure students, more so alleviating some of the financial burdens on students by providing access to affordable housing and other resources. My constant fear is that I will be homeless or having to make the difficult decision on whether or not I should continue my academic journey or have a safe place to lay my head at night. This fear weighs me down like a ton of bricks, and it constantly dances around in my mind, especially when I'm in school. Unfortunately, I do not have the luxury of having living parents to aid me or support me. Therefore, I am solely responsible for me, responsible for rent every month, responsible for food every day, responsible for basic hygiene necessities, and the list goes on and on and on. I have to carry this weight around like a pair of glasses, like it's meant to be normalized, which it shouldn't be. Every semester, I have to completely map out my work hours first and college courses second, because I have to maintain the cost of living, which means more work hours and less time spent on my academic journey. So having access to housing services, rental assisting programs, housing search programs, and more will greatly impact me and students like me. I would be able to live a healthy, studious life, which means a lot to me as a student, since that requires my time and energy. I want to be a successful student, and I want to be fully immersed in my academics and free of housing worries. Because no one should have to choose between school or rent. No one should have to bear the fears as heavy as mine. No one should have to delay or abandon their education just because the cost of living is simply unaffordable. Thank you very much, committee members, for your time and consideration on these important matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We really appreciate you sharing your personal perspective with us on these issues. And I couldn't agree with you more about, I mean, life weighs on everybody, but somewhat inequitably across the spectrum, right? And the fact that you're working hard to educate, to get an education, to contribute, make the best of your life, make the best of our economy depends on actually folks like you getting an education, filling the job market. And so we should be doing everything we can to ensure that you aren't sidelined or sidetracked by things that we can help you with. So I appreciate your testimony. Are there any additional members of the committee who would like to ask a question? I don't see any. So thank you very much for your testimony, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon. You did a great job testifying today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Michael Bailey. Michael Bailey will be followed by Kathy Milton. She'll be followed by Nick Costantini. Mr. Bailey, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, Senator Kelly, Representative Haynes, and distinguished members of the Higher Education Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Michael Bailey, and I am the Executive Director of the University of Connecticut chapter of the American Association of University Professors. We are the union that represents faculty and coaches at UConn. Thank you for the opportunities to speak today in support of HB 6564, an act concerning the unfunded pension liability portion of the fringe benefit costs for employees of the constituent units of the state system of higher education. I submitted written testimony this year, as I've done for the past number of years on this issue, and most of my testimony was presented by CFO Jeff Gagan this morning on the impact of this unfunded pension liability on the university's budget. So I'll just try and summarize with this. The governor's proposal to change the methodology of paying the legacy costs by transferring the payment for all UConn employees to the comptroller's office also includes requiring UConn to pay for other fringe benefit costs normally paid by the comptroller onto UConn, making a net neutral exchange. This greatly benefits the research grants, no question about that, but only shifts the remaining fringe benefit cost onto tuition fees and auxiliary revenue. One of our state's greatest weapons is the advancing of equity for middle and working class families is a public education. The state must prioritize funding for UConn, UConn Health, and the Connecticut's universities and colleges in order to gain equity and opportunity for all Connecticut families. It's time to reverse decades of underfunding or minimal increases in funding and allow for greater access to higher education for more families. One way to move the needle in this direction is to pass HB 6564 and remove the unfunded pension liability portion of the fringe benefit costs for all employees of units of higher education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon.
Thank you for your testimony, we appreciate your patience and that you took your time out of your afternoon to testify in front of us in favor of this piece of legislation. As I understand the governor's proposal, one of the ways he makes it revenue neutral is that he takes the money out of essentially out of the block grant. And that gives the university sort of less of a subsidy to hire more personnel or personnel that are currently paid for out of the block grant. I assume that when you testify in favor of the change that we're trying to make, which is to ask the comptroller's office to pick it up, that you would be in favor of shifting that cost to the comptroller and providing the difference as relief to the folks who fund research, and also probably more importantly to students at the university who are paying a portion of this unfunded pension liability through their tuition.
That's always been one of the issues that we have is the students are paying a portion of that. It's really unfair for them to take on that responsibility. We think it's, the sins of the past that weren't funded properly, and we're looking for the governor to make that change, and for the legislature actually to move it all to the comptroller's office so that there's more money available for the students to get access to higher education and to provide that research availability for the researchers at the university.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional questions by members of the committee? I don't see any, so thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your time and your perspective. Next
you,
up
Mr.
on the
Chairman.
list is Kathy Milton. Kathy will be followed by Nick Costantini, followed by Aziz Dakin. If you just want to press the button there and it'll turn on the red light and you're good to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Catherine Milton, and I'm a professor of English and Gender and Women's Studies at Norwalk Community College, and I live in Branford. Yes, it's a hell of a commute. I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 1105 to reduce the over-reliance on part-time faculty at our community colleges. And in the interest of being concise, I just want to assume that you've all heard and understood the upsetting facts and statistics about the disparate impact of relying on adjunct faculty overwhelmingly to teach our courses at the community colleges. And I'm going to jump right to an audience to a panel participation. I'd like you all to remember a moment in your undergraduate career where a faculty member reached out to you or said something or did something or showed you something that all of a sudden opened your mind and had you engaged in the campus or in your college or in your studies for the first time. That's called engagement. And there's a great deal of research to show that it's essentially magic dust. It creates academic improvement, well-being, leadership, academic persistence, and completion. The thing is, it's full-time faculty that have the time and the resources to help you become engaged. So Senator Slapp, you're an alum of Syracuse University, is that right? You're with the Orangemen. You'll be glad.
Yes, we're
Yes?
just the orange though now.
Oh, okay. That's good, actually. You'll be glad to know that a freshman at your alma mater today has a 68% chance of having a full-time professor teaching her freshman English class. Also happens to be 55% white. Representative Haddad, we know your alma mater is UConn, where 61% of the students are white, and as usual, UConn's doing much better than the community colleges with a faculty that is 70% full-time. At Norwalk, oh, and a graduation rate of 84%, kind of for both. That's impressive. At Norwalk Community College, where 57% of the students are African-American and Hispanic, a freshman's chance of having a full-time faculty teach their math or English or history class is 31%. Because adjuncts teach 70% of the classes. I know you know what a quality education is. You, our legislators, are the only force that can stop this radical inequality in access to quality public higher education in Connecticut. Quality higher education. I've been waiting my whole career to sit in front of important people to say quality higher education for our community college students. I want them to have a frickin' elite university like education. We can do that, but you're going to have to legislate it because our students deserve it just as much as those at UConn and Yale and Wesleyan and the CSUs, but you're going to have to legislate it. It has to be law. So this disproportionate overuse of adjuncts at the community colleges is a largely unsung and very unsexy issue. But it points to a glaring structural racism that is being perpetuated.
There's
So-
your 3-minute mark. Please summarize.
Yeah, it's not a mystery and it's not an accident. It's a political choice. Please support the bill and say no to racial austerity in Connecticut public higher ed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. You're getting clicking in the room. So you know you did a good job. Are there any additional questions by members of the committee? I don't see any, so thank you very much for your testimony. Again, next up is Nick Costantini. I don't see him online. I don't think, and I don't see him in the room. Where's my list? Where's the other list? Aziz Dakin. Sally Grossman. This is what happens late in the day. Miss Vicquane Herring.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm not sure if my video is gonna be working, but if I can speak nonetheless.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Senator Kelly, Senator Slapp, Representative Haynes, Representative Haddad, and the members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Laquan Herring. I'm a first-generation student. I do work study at my school, and I'm a student advocate at Capital Community College. I'm also a longtime Hartford resident. I've lived here my entire life. So I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 8 and the PAC program. I'd like to ambiently support the Senate Bill 1105 and the House Bill 6773. Yeah, I do support the strong impact that Section Bill 8 will have on higher education for people in Connecticut and people like me. I am concerned about people's ability to access education in our city particularly, but I do believe that these bills will improve that access for people of the Hartford community and overall Connecticut. It'll give them the access to like affordability and also like the emphasis on quality in our education. I think that'll really be advantageous for people who rely on these resources so that they'll be successful in their academic endeavors years down the line. As a current student, I've definitely seen firsthand the struggles that students face when it comes to paying for higher education. I think expanding the PAC program to additional students does cover a lot of students and makes sure that a lot of students aren't left behind in their education. But I think that they're missing a few students. I think they should expand their access to include undocumented students as well. But going back to Senate Bill 8, I think that that bill directly addresses the rising cost of tuition and fees that have kind of made it super difficult for students like myself to afford college. And also they carry the burden of debt. So that kind of has like a long-term impact on their ability to succeed before and after graduation. So yeah, I believe that this bill is crucial to addressing these issues and making sure that more students have access to affordable higher education. By providing financial aid and supporting the students, I believe that it'll improve graduation rates and it'll address student retention. The bill will definitely help level the playing field for people who are less reputable and don't have as much access. And it'll probably provide more opportunities for students to succeed in their academic pursuits. Personally, in my experience of working and going to school, I've worked multiple jobs just to make ends meet. And it's definitely been a difficult and stressful experience. I'm not saying that I haven't grown individually from it, but it's a lot of barriers, and I know a lot of my peers are in similar situations.
That was your 3-minute mark. Please summarize.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's just really essential that we kind of take action to support our students and people who are not normally represented, and we can make higher education more accessible to everyone. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you taking the time out of your day. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I understand that Sally Grossman is in the room, and so I will call on her next. She'll be followed by Todd Wolfson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Wolfson will be followed by Fiona Pearson. But first, Sally Grossman. Go
My
ahead.
apologies. Thank you very much. My name is Sally Grossman. I'm from Windsor. I am testifying in support of SB 1108. It's important for all college students in Connecticut to be able to access medical care when they need it, and that includes all aspects of reproductive health care. When I was a student at UConn years ago, I had to go to Planned Parenthood for birth control. In fact, Planned Parenthood ended up being my primary facility where I received medical care for 4 years. And since I didn't have a car for the first 2 years I was on campus, transportation was always an issue. College students are often away from home for the first time, and it could be the first time that they are seeking medical care without the assistance of their parents, which is especially sensitive when it comes to services like STI testing, birth control, or abortion. When I needed an abortion in my early 20s, I was out of state. It was in the state of Georgia. I was without my parents. I was in a new city, and I had no idea where any medical facilities were. There was a legislator here who'd asked a question about whether or not college-age individuals know that pregnancy centers do not offer abortions or abortion referrals, and the answer is no. I didn't know that until I was in my 30s, that those signs on buses that say pregnant, need help, and that advertise for pregnancy centers, that they don't offer abortions. And when I tell most people, I'm 41 now, I have friends that still don't know that those are actually not abortion facilities. So while I don't know every college-age person, having been one who needed an abortion, and many of my peers absolutely thought that pregnancy centers would have been a place where you could get those services. So, but back when I was in my 20s, I ended up having to search abortion online. And luckily, the first place I found was an actual clinic that performed abortion, and I was able to get the care I needed. So students shouldn't have to rely on luck like I did. That's why I urge the committee to support SB 1108 and amend the language to allow referrals and transportation for reproductive healthcare services at any off-campus location that is a licensed medical provider. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your time. Are there any questions? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in and testifying. Is there a public bus service from Storrs campus to Willimantic?
It's been 20 years since I've been there. So I do not know. I would not be the person to ask.
I do believe there is. So I do believe there is transportation for UConn students to Willimantic, where the Planned Parenthood Center is. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in and testifying.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
testimony. Next up is, I'll look online or in the room for Todd Wolfson. Don't see him online either. Fiona Pearson. Caitlin Wallace. Caitlin Wallace is online, joining us remotely. Oh, I see Fiona Pearson. Oh, hold on a second, Caitlin. Well, go ahead, Caitlin. I'll see Fiona is online as well. And I'll call her next if after you testify.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Haddad and Slap, Vice Chairs Rochelle and Maher, Ranking Members Haynes and Kelly, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Katie Wallace, and I'm a resident of Torrington, Connecticut, and I'm testifying in strong support of Senate Bill 8. I am an MSW student at the University of Connecticut and a member of the Connecticut Army National Guard. I am forever proud of my decision to serve in the military and grateful for the benefits it has given me, specifically the tuition waiver. I watched my older sisters rack up tens of thousands of dollars in student loan debt while I was in high school. I knew that I could not set myself on the same track. I joined the Army to afford to go to college. Although it was the right decision for me, it is outrageous that young people in America have to risk their lives for an affordable education. Many students, like myself, make this decision before they are old enough to drink alcohol or rent a car. My younger brother is not in the military and never will be. Neither will my asthmatic older sister. Many college-bound young people are ineligible for military service due to physical or mental barriers. They are no less deserving of an affordable education. My brother currently attends Northwestern Connecticut Community College. He is not eligible for the current debt-free community college program because he started classes for the first time before the pandemic began. I support the expansion of the debt-free community college program to include returning students because my brother deserves the same education that I do. Every student in Connecticut deserves the opportunity to pursue a free college education, just like I have. Passing this bill with the expansion of the debt-free community college program is another step in the right direction for Connecticut. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any are there any questions in the room? I don't see any, so thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your time. Going back one, because I was moving fast, Fiona Pearson, I see you're online and your camera's on, and feel free to deliver your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Slap, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education Employment Advancement Committee. Thank you. I'm here to express my support for Bill 6565, an act concerning the plan of the Board of Regents for Higher Education concerning the number of childcare centers near campuses. This bill would ensure that the Board of Regents for Higher Education consult with the Office of Early Childhood to develop a plan to increase the number of childcare centers on or near each of the campuses of the Connecticut State University system and the regional community technical colleges. For almost 17 years, I have worked with many colleagues across the CSCU system to address childcare, maternity and paternity leave, elder care, and the personal wellness needs of students, faculty, and staff. For 12 years, I served as the president of the board of directors of CCSU's Early Learning Program, which regularly serves CCSU students in addressing their childcare needs and provides internship opportunities for our social work, sociology, psychological science, and early childhood education students. I have worked with colleagues on the Committee of the Concerns for Women to survey our CCSU's students' childcare needs, and I have interviewed over 40 student parents raising young children and attending our Connecticut community colleges and universities. I have published extensive research on this topic, so understand well the childcare needs of our college students. In sum, we have gathered more than enough information and data and to determine that affordable, high quality, and convenient childcare is necessary for our student parent success. National data reveals that nearly a quarter of all undergraduate students are student parents, and the majority are women, and many are single mothers. Student parents are also more likely to be students of color and more likely to have twice the student loan debt of students overall. In December of 22, the Urban Institute released its Roadmap for Change to support pregnant and parenting students. Importantly, they report that campus childcare may lead to a 3.5 times higher on-time graduation rate and a 1.7 times higher persistence rate, which is in part why campus-based childcare is a key component of their 8-point roadmap for change. In 2019, I authored a federal U.S. Department of Education's Childcare Access Means Parents in School grant, otherwise known as the C Campus grant. And that provided over $500,000 to CCSU for over 4 years, so we could begin to create an on-campus subsidized drop-in center for our CCSU students. Already 5 regional community technical colleges, Capital, Gateway, Housatonic, Manchester, and Naugatuck, and 2 Connecticut State Universities, Central and Southern, have in recent years successfully obtained C Campus grants. And these funds are facilitating the creation of subsidized childcare services for many students across the CSCU system. However, these centers are not yet enough to address the comprehensive childcare and early childcare education needs of our CSCU student parents. Developing a comprehensive plan to increase the number of childcare centers would ensure the best use of these C Campus funds and would potentially allow us to increase the number of CSCU campuses receiving these funds. I urge you to support HB 6565, and I thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Johnson has a question for you. Hold on. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I know the good work that's gone on in New York has led to retention specifically for women who are working while they're taking care of their families going to college in our community colleges. So beyond this plan that is being proposed here, what do you think are some steps that we can take to make this more of a standard of part of the care that is offered by our community colleges in Connecticut? Do you think that, I mean, obviously extending it to faculty, staff, but also students being really the important part?
Yes, no, thank you. Areas that are missing right now, infant care is something that is dramatically underrepresented. There isn't a campus, a CSU campus or a community college that's providing infant care at this time. I know our early learning program recently received approval to begin to provide infant care, but even what they're able to provide in their small facility, which right now can only service 25 children, really isn't enough to adequate the needs of our students on our campus. So infant care is definitely in place for growth. Toddler care, I mean, even our drop-in center cannot accommodate toddlers. And most of the student parents that I've worked with, that's the care that they need, are infant and toddler care. And the community colleges, for the most part, are providing pre-K. So we really are just beginning to provide a small range of services for our student parents. I mean, it would be great to provide this for faculty and staff as well. What I'm focusing on here is student parents. And I think the C Campus grant, that provides us with a route. I mean, already we have 2 CSUs, and like I said, 5 of the community colleges have successfully received these grants in recent years, beginning in 2018. Only recently did the federal government expand that program. And I think it would behoove our system to begin to take advantage of those federal funds and just provide a more comprehensive vision. And that's what this bill would call for.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just one follow-up comment. I appreciate that so much because I've seen the impact that the federal grants can have in New York State, New York City, and that was very impactful data points you presented. And I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Gretchen Rafa. My understanding is that she's not here to testify today. So then we're up to number 43, Kalina Sesenker. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify today. I am Kalina Sesenker. I am an associate professor at Gateway Community College. I'm also chair of the Faculty Advisory Committee to the Board of Regents, which makes me an ex officio member of the Board of Regents Academic and Student Affairs Committee. So you'll see that I submitted testimony on several bills, SB 8, SB 1105, HB 6773, all in support. And then I provided comments on SB 921 and HB 6774. But I want to focus what I say today on SB 1105 concerning adjunct full-time ratios in the community colleges. The response from President Terrence Chang to this bill was that it would preempt collective bargaining. And My position is that is demonstrably false. On February 15th at the Appropriations Committee hearing on higher ed, we were told that at our current funding levels, we run the risk of maybe not making current payroll. And there has been no request for more funding for our system. Now, in the community colleges, over 75% of our workforce is contingent. In order to shift the balance to something even comparable with other sectors of public higher education, we would need to make a huge change. And that would mean a completely different level of funding. So without a conversation about that at the scale that would be necessary to shift this, it can't be taken seriously that there is a sincere effort to address this issue. But not only has that request not been made, we've been promising, this system has been promising savings from the community colleges for years. And in fact, an entire restructure has taken place for the purpose of providing savings from the community college system. And I think this betrays the point that the very model of this consolidation and our path forward requires both racialized austerity that puts our community college students at a significant disadvantage relative to other students, certainly within the public higher education system in Connecticut, and also requires exploitative labor. But it was also sold as an effort towards equity, right? And it seems to me that those things are incompatible, completely incompatible. So, you know, aspirations towards equity would require investments in the places where historically excluded populations are found. But community colleges have done exactly the opposite.
That was your 3-minute mark. Please summarize.
I will summarize. Thank you. And this falls short, not just of the standards of equity, but even of equality, right? So you have heard all of the discussion of these benefits to students, the struggles of adjuncts. And I just want to draw attention, and I think this is related to the bill about oversight for Students First also, that the model is fundamentally flawed and that this over-reliance on adjuncts is one example of the reason that there is a need for oversight of Students First, and certainly for this bill and the funding that will make it possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I appreciate you directly addressing that issue around the collective bargaining agreement. And I want to acknowledge the testimony from a couple of folks ago who just said, you know, that I think it is probably accurate to say that if we don't do this legislatively, it'll be a long time. Your current contract isn't up until, do you know what the current contract, when you'll renegotiate a contract? 2025. So at the very earliest, it would be 2 years before you can even broach the issue. And if that round of contracts takes as long as the last round of contracts, it'll be a couple of years after that. So I appreciate the points you make. Are there any additional questions for people on the committee? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Professor, for coming in. Kind of continuing on a bit of a line of questioning that I asked a previous individual in that chair. If you could give the committee just a really quick, brief distinction between the roles of an adjunct, not in the classroom, because in many cases, the adjuncts are excellent instructors who know their subject matter very well. But the difference between an adjunct and what the full-time professors do in terms of helping service the students and providing services to the institution that are not done by the adjuncts and can't be done by the adjuncts. Thank you.
All right, could you press your, there you go.
Is it gone? Okay. So the building of curriculum is itself a huge job. Making sure that our programs work for our students, that they transfer well, that we are constantly modifying and updating programming at colleges that allows students to be more engaged, I was an adjunct for 7 years in the system before I became a full timer. And I was one of the lucky ones who found an opening after finding out that I love these classrooms, right? And the difference was stark, in the sense of understanding all of the committees, the meetings, the understanding of the policies, the contribution to building policies that actually work for our students. And the interesting thing is that I think, adjuncts, in fact, most of the time do make themselves available. They do inform themselves of policies. They do all of that. But when they do it unpaid, right? So that to a certain extent, the state is floating this benefit that we want to provide the next generation of, folks in Connecticut. We're floating it on the backs of people who are struggling to make ends meet themselves. So it is it's hard to describe all of the little things that go into making the institution run. It's an honor to be part of it. And we have so many committed, talented people who we're losing out on not having that talent brought into the fold, who they've already committed their lives to this, but, really being able to make use of all of that. So I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your service in the classroom. And I know how it is to be an adjunct for a number of years before you finally move up into that full-time position. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Cooley, and thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any additional questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
What's left of it anyways. We're at number 44, although I see somebody entered the room who's got a lower lottery number than 44. And so I'm just gonna pause for a minute and go back to somebody previously skipped over and call Senator Looney, the President of the Senate. Senator, would you like to deliver your testimony? Welcome again to the Higher Education Committee, Senator Looney.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Representative Haddad, Senator Slapp, Senator Kelly, Representative Haynes, members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. I'm Martin Looney, State Senator of the 11th District, representing New Haven and Hamden, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 8, an act concerning higher education affordability and graduate retention. As we all know, and I'm sure you've seen from all of the testimony today, we're facing a crisis in higher education in this state. And just when we need more students to enter and obtain degrees in Connecticut, enrollment in many places is dropping significantly. Demographics are currently against us. The number of students graduating from Connecticut high schools is dropping. This is a problem that colleges are facing nationwide. Back in 2019, in recognition of the crisis in affordability, we were able to successfully pass the program now known as the PACT program for debt-free college, and promised to provide a tuition-free process for students graduating from high school to continue their studies at one of our community colleges. So that was the beginning of our initiative, and it has been wildly successful, given a path for students to explore their options in higher education and to go to college when they might otherwise have just seen just the price of it as too daunting. In 2021, we expanded PACT to include part-time students, hoping that attracting students who might not be able to commit to being full-time would also seize an opportunity to further themselves. And we see that's in keeping with the mission of the community colleges, that so many students in the community colleges are older students returning to school, going part-time, not able to go full-time. And again, and by the fall of 22, over 10,000 students were enrolled in one of our 12 community college campuses under the PACT program. We've all heard from constituents who wish this program were not just offered to first-year students, but to those looking to return as well. And that's something we would urge in this bill to do, to expand PACT to include returning full and part-time students, and to recognize that need in all of the forms where it exists. Enrollment decline has also been plaguing our state universities as well. Our 4 state universities have seen an almost 23% decline in enrollment over the past 10 years. This drop in enrollment has had really a negative impact on planning, fiscal health, and financial future of our system. Again, the Roberta Willis Scholarship has been something that has been critical for students in this category. Unfortunately, that program was scaled back during our years of budget crisis. prior to the pandemic and prior to the infusion of ARPA funds. We would urge that funding now be sustained and continued to avoid the brain drain that we are often seeing. And we took advantage of pandemic recovery funds in 2021 and 22 to make temporary increases in the Roberta Willis program. 20 million in ARPA funds were dedicated in each of the past 2 years. And the bill before you reallocates those ARPA funds to concentrate primarily on our state universities. And the intent is to allow our state universities to become more financially manageable and draw some of these students who are leaving Connecticut to pursue their educations back here. But we also recognize that there are Connecticut students in private universities in Connecticut who also are dependent upon the Roberta Willis scholarship funds, and their need needs to be recognized as well. We also have a couple of provisions in the bill attacking the problem of existing student loan debt. And of course, that situation is now really problematic at the federal level, not knowing what the Supreme Court approach will be on President Biden's initiative. The first thing we have in this bill is an infusion of funds in helping CHESLA to lower interest rates for student loans. Excessive student loan debt alters, of course, ability to make other life decisions, buying a house, taking a job of one choice, planning a family. We know in many cases that there are parents in their 40s whose children are now getting ready for college, and the parents themselves still have student loan debt, especially if they went to graduate school or professional school after college. So it is really an untenable situation to have 2 generations of student debt happening in the same family at the same time. And by finding ways to lower the cost of paying back these loans, we can help rein in the cost for students and give them options for making life choices here in Connecticut. Too often, the cost and the debt load actually affects students' choice of a major, and that really is unfortunate. That we have students who sometimes choose a field that they think will be lucrative, or at least guarantee them some starting employment at a higher level than what it is they're really interested in. So you have a lot of sort of misalignment where people are educating themselves perhaps for positions that in a more perfect world they wouldn't want, but they're moving in that direction because of pay, but not doing something that inspires them. And that isn't how we should be educating people. We should be allowing people to pursue their interests, their sense of what they're best at and what their calling is, rather than saying, I'm going to choose this major because I have a chance of a $55,000 starting salary rather than a $40,000 starting salary somewhere. That's not the way we should be directing our children. The bill offers a tax deduction for those paying off student loans. Loan interest would be deducted from taxable income when determining how much tax is owed here in Connecticut. And we hope that this would act as an incentive to put down roots in Connecticut, take advantage of what a great state this is to raise a family. So the bill looks to boost enrollments, reduce the need for student loans, and help those with student loans, making them more affordable. And we think that this is a responsible way to address the crisis that has existed for years, but seems to be growing exponentially year after year. Thank you for the attention of this committee and for your interest in these proposals. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Slapp.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Looney. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Senator.
Thank you for your leadership on this issue and higher education, making this bill Senate Bill 8, which I think means it's one of your top 10 priorities this session.
Right. As you know, it's one of the consensus priorities of the caucus. Right.
Yeah. And so, we wouldn't be in this position without, in terms of discussing expansion of PACT, if it wasn't for your leadership and Senator Haskell as well. So I wanted to acknowledge that. Earlier,
he's back in school, by the way, but out of state.
Right. And I think he did not go to high school. Well, maybe he did. I was going to say what he did. He went to Westport. Okay. Yeah. And the reason I mentioned that is because earlier today we heard from the Board of Regents and from President Chang, one of their proposals with regard to the PACT program is to change a piece of it that requires a student to have graduated from a Connecticut high school to be eligible for PACT. So I noted that I would be ineligible because I went to Springfield High School, but not about me, of course. But my question is, and I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but what do you think about that idea of, you know, you'd still have to be a resident of Connecticut, but in terms of, you know, if you went to high school in another state, whatever, you moved here and you wanted to further your career, further your education, you know, what do you think about that idea?
Well, it's an issue I had not heard about before. I hadn't heard of President Chang's testimony, and on the plus side, it might give people more of an incentive to come to Connecticut. On the other hand, it might also expand the cost of the program by an undetermined amount. So I think we'd need to know what the overall potential cost of that expansion to include graduates of who went to high school outside of Connecticut. But it certainly would potentially be a draw to help more people come to college in Connecticut and potentially stay here. One of the great advantages of our system, both the community colleges and the CSU system, is that overwhelmingly they are Connecticut residents who attend those colleges and stay here afterwards. And we know that UConn has still has a high percentage of Connecticut residents and permanent residents, but the Eastern, Central, Southern, and Western, and the community colleges are overwhelmingly people who have been in Connecticut and stay in Connecticut. So to the extent that a program like that suggested might create more permanent Connecticut residents, that would be a good thing. But we'd have to measure the cost and whether or not it would then mean that less money would be available to everyone on a per capita basis, or how we could sustain it at that level, not knowing how many people might take advantage of it from out of state. But certainly it's worth considering, but I think it's got to be looked at in the framework of affordability.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Thanks again, Senator Looney, for your determination to come and testify here. I know you had a busy day today, so appreciate it, and good to see you. And thanks again for your
Thank
leadership.
you. And I do some adjunct teaching myself, and that's where I was today. I had 3 back-to-back classes where I was a guest speaker, so I didn't get out of there till 2:00. So.
There are a lot of adjuncts who have testified today who I think are excited to hear that you're in their ranks, and we're considering some legislation that will certainly sort of help adjuncts and change the dynamic in our community colleges. Thank you very much for your leadership as well. We appreciate your testimony and for your leadership, and with Senate Bill 8, we appreciate you your wisdom in appointing Senator Slapp to be the co-chair of this committee. He's been great to work with. Next year, maybe we can get Senate Bill 7 or 6, a little bit closer to the front of the line. But we appreciate that out of the many thousands of bills that are introduced here, that the ideas comprised in Senate Bill 8, which I've been working with Senator Slapp on, will be a priority in the Senate, and I'm sure when you send it down to the House, it'll be a priority in the House as well. So thank you very much.
I know under your leadership in the House, Mr. Chairman, it will fare well there once we can get it to you.
Yeah, one hopes. We a lot of these ideas will have to go through the Appropriations Committee as well, and
Absolutely.
so we might need some assistance with some of these ideas there as well. Are there any additional questions by members of the committee? Comments? Fawning? Oh, guess not. Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Looney. Thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you very much to this committee, because you're doing some of the most important work of the session here, I think, because as we know, there is a higher education crisis that is it's going to have generational impact if we're not able to get ahead of it somehow. Thank you so much.
I agree with you entirely. Thank you very much, Senator Looney. Next up on the list, we'll go back to folks who weren't so fortunate with the lottery picks. Lena Raskin, I think, is next. Well, actually, Aniri Suthar. I don't see either of those. Greg Crear. Number 46, Greg. We're up to 46. Welcome to the Higher Ed Committee.
Winner, winner. Good afternoon, Chairman Slapp, Chairman Haddad, ranking members and members of the Higher Ed Committee. My name is Greg Carrar, and I serve as the president of SWOLF-AFSCME Council for Bargaining Unit, which represents administrative faculty at our state universities and Board of Regents system office. We provide critical services that help our state university system continue to function and succeed. So my colleagues are the ones that are admissions, registrar, bursar, financial aid, health services, advising, athletics. We have about 800 of us within the 4 universities, and we're the ones that stay and work in the state year in and year out, and eventually support our students and those that become alum. I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1105, an act concerning the percentage of courses taught by part-time faculty at the regional community technical colleges. As you heard previously, currently more than 75% of our community college workforce is adjunct and part-time faculty. Senate Bill 1105 addresses this by capping the percentage of courses taught by adjunct and part-time faculty by 2027. This would be phased in, which would allow the community technical colleges system to adjust to hiring more full-time faculty. Connecticut currently has the 4th highest ration of part-time to full-time faculty amongst 2-year public institutions in America. We've heard this fairly consistent throughout the day. This over-reliance on part-time faculty hurts workers since they are not allowed health benefits and have no job security. Additionally, they are paid less than full-time faculty, which adds to even more stress on them when they are trying to help students learn. A recent survey of part-time faculty found that they have difficulty affording necessities such as healthcare, and the 15% are dependent upon government benefits. Transitioning these faculty to full-time workers would allow them to make better wages, have better working conditions, and be able to focus more on student employment. Full-time faculty are afforded the time and ability to work closely with students inside and outside the classroom. However, part-time faculty are unable to advise and mentor students and support student clubs. I urge the committee to support SB 1105, and I would like to leave you with one last thought. Imagine if our K through 12 system was taught by 75% part-time teachers, faculty. What impact that would have amongst our children. And with that, I'm here for questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much for hanging in there.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. It's a long time to wait. I'm sorry, there is a question. Representative Cooley.
Actually, I'm just going to thank you for coming in because I've asked questions of previous adjuncts, so I'm not going to repeat, but thank you very much for coming in and addressing the issue.
I do have a solution.
We will be reading your written testimony.
I have a quick solution I'll give you without any other additional questions.
Okay.
Terrence Cheng, Ben Barnes did provide a proposal to the legislature, even through the governor, for $5 billion. $2.5 billion was to help the infrastructure of really what would be part-time faculty or should be part-time faculty. It wasn't really articulated what that money would be for. But if we received that $5 billion, 2.5 could certainly go to help our part-time faculty and colleagues. The other $2.5 billion, my last statement will be, is supposed to be bonding for our buildings, right? It's infrastructure. We were able to take that other $2.5 billion, fix the lights and electrical, but really insert it into our faculty lines. It would be a huge solution. So take that bonding money that would be there. I'm not sure it's even possible through appropriations or bonding commission, but that would be a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Cooley, and thank you for your testimony. Next up is Stephen Monroe Tomzak, who's joining us remotely. After that will be Jameem Davis, followed by Gordon Pluff. So Professor Tomzak, you're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, members of the Higher Ed and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Stephen Monroe Tomzak. I'm a resident of Wallingford, and I'm speaking in support of HB 6773, an act concerning the needs of housing insecure students at public institutions of higher education. Our students are struggling. I've regularly testified before this body about how the rising cost of tuition at our state universities, which is directly due to steady state disinvestment over the past 40 years, is putting all sorts of pressure on young people trying to get an education. When I attended Southern in the 1980s, we paid about $500 a semester in tuition. A student in that time period could have a summer job and save up money to go to a school like Southern. Today, that's just not feasible. In 1989, the year that I graduated, the state contributed 74% of the cost of tuition. Today, my students spend 10 times what we spent back in the 80s, over that rather, over $5,900 per semester in tuition. There's no way that they can cover this with summer income, which is why most of them are working not just one, but often several jobs. And again, this is the result of steadily declining state contributions to public higher education. The state share of the cost of tuition at the CSUs in 2015, just to give an example, was 33%, less than half of what it was when I was in school. According to a study conducted by the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, housing insecurity is a major problem among students at our universities. Not surprising, given how much they have to pay in tuition. This research found that 23% indicated they weren't staying in a safe place. 15% were homeless or had unstable housing. 31% said they couldn't stay where they were for as long as they needed. This has a demonstrable negative impact on their educational life. Students who are homeless are less likely to perform well academically and more likely to leave school. They are also at increased risk of depression or anxiety and face increased risk of sex trafficking. Studies show that public benefits and subsidies like emergency aid, transitional housing, can help students complete their degrees, find stable housing, and stay safe and healthy. However, we don't need surveys of students, faculty, and administrations to know that our students are housing insecure. We want and need funded programs that help address this issue. It's a real issue. It doesn't need to be studied. It needs to be addressed. Thus, while this bill is important to bring attention and provide resources to deal with the issue, I respectfully request that you consider providing funding for direct services like the successful programs at several of our institutions, and also explore ideas like residence hall subsidies.
That was a 2-minute mark. Please summarize.
Yes, the problem with the current language of the bill requires that someone is to be hired at each campus to coordinate and carries a huge fiscal note. With these suggestions suggested, I urge the committee to vote in favor of HB 6773 and to champion its enactment in the full legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your perspective. Are there any questions? I don't see any in the room or online, so thank you and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I would note that Aneri Suthar, who's number 44, is now online, so I'm going to call on her next. She'll be followed by Jamim Davis, who's to be followed by Gordon Pluff. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Aneri Suthar. I am an MPH student at the Yale School of Public Health studying health policy. Thank you all for allowing me to testify in support of SB 1108. I come before you today as an aspiring public health professional, as a former undergraduate student advocate at the University of California, and as a young woman for whom seeking reproductive health services has often been difficult. All of these experiences lead me to implore you to support this groundbreaking legislation. The public health impacts of having access to reproductive services speak for themselves. Better educational attainment, better economic advancement, and better physical and mental health outcomes across the board. And when that access is not there, as is often the case for college students, the opposite effects are true, something I've seen firsthand. When I was in college at UCLA, I joined students across the UC system in the long effort to pass SB 24 in 2019, which was the bill that would require medication abortion to be made available at state campus health centers, much like this bill. Part of our campaign involved listening to and gathering narratives of students seeking medication abortion who were referred to fake crisis pregnancy centers that left them traumatized, who had to find transportation during finals week to get to external health centers, who had unsympathetic professors and campus employers who refused to excuse their absences to receive the procedure, and who were forced to get a more invasive surgical abortion after missing the 10-week legal cutoff for medication abortion due to appointment wait times. This further exposed me to the critical nature of accessible reproductive health, especially for low-income students, demonstrating the unjust and detrimental consequences of institutional barriers and delays. On-campus health, an entitlement to timely referrals through student health centers would improve access by reducing these barriers and delays. Students depend on their campus health centers for a range of health services, including birth control, STI testing, and abortions. These issues are critical and exigent by their very nature and require establishing thorough plans. Our public university healthcare system has an obligation to provide the highest standard of evidence-based, accessible care. We must stand with and act on our principles as a state and ensure that all students have a right to receive the full range of care that they need, free of stigma, wait times, travel, and additional costs. It is heartening to see SB 1108 introduced in Connecticut and provides our state with an opportunity to follow in the footsteps of those like California and Massachusetts who have already taken a bold stance to protect and expand students' reproductive care. In doing so, we can also protect and expand their health, choices, education, and future. Thank you all again for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is I don't know where my list is. There it is. Next up is Jamim Davis. I don't see her online or in the room. Gordon Plouffe. Gordon will be followed by Julio Nunez, who'll be followed by Danielle Ragusa. Welcome again to the Higher Education Committee, Gordon. It's good to see you
Good to
again.
see you again. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Gordon Plouffe. I'm a student and employee at Manchester Community College, and I live in Manchester. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 8. I support Senate Bill 8 to expand debt-free community college to include returning students. This bill will make community college more accessible for students across our state. Expansions to PACT and potentially FAFSA are very generous to all the students and prospective students who meet the criteria for these programs. Many of us working poor students and prospective students do not have access to these programs. Students like me, first generation legally disabled, survivor of suicide, burn survivor, the disabled people have income caps. How can we save money for education if we're self-pay? Students like me managing mental health issues. We're recovering drug addicts, former criminals. Do we not deserve a public college education? Do we not deserve a chance to improve our place in society? Do we not deserve a chance to become tax-paying productive members of society? I say we do. Is it your intention as elected officials on this committee to allow people like me, and there are many, to change our lives for the better? I think it is. Or are we relegated to the shadows of society? How many drug addicts will you tolerate me and people like me creating before we end up in prison? What is the acceptable number? Prison costs a lot more than a community college degree, and the strain on our society for allowing more residents of Connecticut to become drug addicts because people like me are very good at that. A community college degree seems like an investment in the future of Connecticut. Are you not here to improve the future of Connecticut? I know you are. So while I support the bill, there is additional, that it's not all encompassing. There are many of us still out in the shadows. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gordon. You've very consistently over a long time been a very powerful voice for students and for MCC. And so I thank you for being so persistent over such a long period of time. I think the entire time I've been on this committee, which is now 12 years, you've been advocating for students at the community college. And so I thank you for your dedication over time. Is there any questions for I don't see any. So thank you very much for your patience and hanging out here.
Thank you.
With us this afternoon. Next up is next up on the list is Julio Nunez. I don't see him in the room or online, and so we'll move to Daniela Ragusa. She'll be followed by Louise Williams, who will be followed by someone who, give me a second and I'll figure out how to say this next name. How about that? And then number 53, I'll work it out. Danielle Ragusa.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of SB 1105. I'm Daniela Ragusa, Professor of English and Humanities Department Chair at Capital Community College in Hartford. I have been full-time at Capital since 2010. Before that, I was an adjunct at multiple colleges and universities, including Southern and Gateway. From years of experience, I know firsthand how difficult it is to be a part-time lecturer at multiple institutions. And I also know how much better life is as a full-time tenured full professor who has the luxury of being invested in the institution that employs me. For this fact, I am much more available to students at one school instead of dividing my time among multiple colleges and universities, trying to serve exponentially many more students while piecing together a living wage. 2 years prior to my full-time employment at Capital, I had a temporary full-time appointment at Southern. During one particularly difficult year, I was teaching 6 classes at 4 schools just to get by. If I had not been lucky enough to be hired full-time, I doubt I would have been able to continue being an adjunct much longer. But the part-time faculty who work side by side with me live this kind of work life every semester that they are unable to secure permanent employment as college professors. Given the same opportunity I was lucky enough to receive, I know my part-time colleagues would be able to invest themselves in our institution to give students the time and attention they deserve from their fully committed instructors. It's hard to be fully committed to an institution that can't be fully committed to you, and our adjuncts know too well how difficult it is to know that their courses and any sense of security that comes along with being paid to teach them can be taken away at a moment's notice. Now, from a department chair's point of view, it's very frustrating to go through the process of scouting new talent only to lose those people when a class is canceled right before the semester begins. Last fall, I hired 4 new adjuncts. When enrollment was surging upwards, I interviewed the new hires, onboarded them all by myself, trained them in our pedagogy, and had them observe their first semester to ensure their ability to be brought back in the spring. Unfortunately, each of those instructors had their classes canceled, and then 2 were hired back when late start classes were added to the schedule. So I would say that with 1 additional full-time tenure track line in my department, this inefficiency could be eliminated, and the life of 1 part-timer turned full-timer would be changed for the better a million times over, with a living wage, health insurance, a pension, and most importantly, the time and energy to give to students in ways only a full-timer can. We know that data shows students with better access to their professors have more of a chance at success. We know that positive, consistent, and quality student-teacher relationships are foundational to better enrollment, retention, and graduation rates, and that full-time tenure-track professors are better able to form those relationships when they have the time and support to be able to do so. So when I was a student, almost all my professors were full-time tenured faculty, but now our institutions over-rely on part-timers. Our students at the community college deserve the same level of mentorship that I received 25 years ago. I fear where we may find ourselves 25 years from now if this trend to over-rely on part-timers continues. And finally, I would say that when we as a state cannot demonstrate to our educators that they—
Summarize.
I'm sorry?
That was your 3-minute mark. Can you please summarize?
Yeah, I just think that if we can't demonstrate to our instructors how much they're valued, I think it sends a message to our students that they don't matter as much, and the future of our state depends upon it. Thank you. I'm sorry I went over.
Thank you. It's a common affliction, and I'm going over, so don't worry about it. We have a ferocious clerk who's done a terrific work at making sure everybody knows when their 3 minutes are up. But thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for, I don't see any. So thank you very much for your testimony. And you have a little bit of an afternoon left to enjoy.
Thank you.
Louise Williams, followed by Rotua Lembantabeng, which did my best at pronouncing. Is Louise Williams here? Oh, Louise
Yeah,
Williams
I'm here.
is online. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Louise.
Hi, I'm here. Good afternoon, Representative Haddad, Senator Slapp, and members of the committee. I am here to testify once again in support of Senate Bill 1105, but also about a new one, House Bill 6774. I'm Louise Williams, president of CSU AAUP, the union that represents the faculty of the 4 Connecticut state universities. Our members include both part-time and full-time faculty, In fact, we have over 1,800 part-time members compared to 1,600 full-time ones. That's a large number of adjuncts. And in spite of the fact, as you know, that our collective bargaining agreement limits the number of credits taught by part-time faculty to 20% of those taught by full-time faculty members, we still have a lot of adjuncts. There is no similar percentage cap at the Connecticut community colleges, which is the reason for SB 1105. CSU AAP supports this bill because we also believe that it is better for students to have full-time professors who will be employed for a long time and who are able to serve as mentors, advisees, references for their entire careers. We hope that additional funding can be added to the governor's budget so more full-time faculty can be hired at the state universities as well as the community colleges. But we are aware there will always be a need for adjunct faculty, and we don't regret this. Our part-time faculty members do inestimable service for our students. For example, during the pandemic, they put in a great deal of unpaid time and effort to innovate in their courses and serve the new needs of students in an unfamiliar online environment. And yet we've done nothing to reward our part-time faculty for their work during their pandemic. We especially have done nothing to ensure that they have adequate health care, which will be crucial in the future. This is why CSU AAP hopes that House Bill 6774 can incorporate a study of new ways to provide health insurance for more of our adjunct faculty. For example, there are innovative programs in 3 Western states to provide health insurance for childcare workers. These workers are much like our adjuncts, who, unlike most part-time state employees, have uncertain and fluctuating hours of work and periodic months of unemployment. In 2021 and 2022, healthcare cost assistance programs were created in California, Washington, and Oregon. The governors allocated a sum of money in their budgets to establish and maintain a trust fund that is used to pay for insurance premiums, out-of-pocket expenses for deductibles and prescriptions for these workers. But there are other possibilities here in Connecticut. Just yesterday, I had a conversation with our comptroller, Sean Scanlon, who told me he's committed to providing health insurance to as many people as possible. He mentioned a municipal program for K-12 teachers that might be extended to part-time paraprofessionals and programs for graduate students that might provide a model. We also talked about other states that provide adjuncts health insurance, like New York. I told him that I know firsthand that they exist. I was an adjunct 30 years ago in the CUNY system. After 2 semesters teaching 2 courses each semester, I was eligible for health insurance. This was fortunate because as soon as I got the insurance, I went to a doctor and was diagnosed with a chronic illness that would have killed me if left untreated. It was CSCU President Terrence Chang, along with Vice President Ben Barnes, who arranged for me to speak with Comptroller Scanlon. They also are fully supportive of CSU AAP's work to provide adequate health insurance for our adjuncts. So now's a perfect time to conduct a serious study of new and innovative ways to address this issue. So I hope you can include this in HB 6774 and move the bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I see Representative Turco, who is remote, has a question for you. Remote, I think he's somewhere in the building, though, if I recognize his office. Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I had to leave the committee room and come up to my office to multitask multiple meetings. Thank you, Luis, for your testimony. And I've seen you, I think, several times this week
Yes.
on Central Connecticut State University campus, speaking to students and learning about the great programs that are happening there. Thank you so much for your testimony. This may have been answered previously, but I was, again, multitasking, so I missed it. One of the concerns we heard from an adjunct professor earlier today was that if a bill like this goes forward with a, cap on the number of adjuncts the community college system can hire, that the current community college adjunct professors who may be teaching, 3, 4, 5 different courses around the state to piece together a full-time job because their opportunities aren't available, that they could get left out. They won't necessarily be the ones that get to fill those positions. So I'm wondering to kind of, address that concern if you have any ideas.
Well, I mean, one of the problems for part-time faculty is the job insecurity. And when there is a full-time job available at the CSUs, at least we have to do a national search in order to get the best qualified candidates. Often our part-time faculty apply for those jobs and often they do get them, but that's not always the case. So I think in addition to a part-time cap, it's necessary to have more job security for part-time faculty, either one-year contracts or two-year contracts or contracts that are indefinitely renewable unless there's a, performance evaluation that's not good. There are some options for giving more job security. I mean, it doesn't replace a full-time job, but if we could just keep our adjuncts around and they know they'll get a job, and then, then we can work on health insurance too. But if they know that they'll keep their courses for a certain amount of time, that helps the students as well. So I think there's a lot that could be done in addition to more full-time faculty.
Well, thank you. I do like that idea with the job security and having some sort of contract. And, you mentioned, and we've heard in this committee, for the last several years, that the difficulty with adjuncts being able to get healthcare based on the number of credits that they teach, different institutions, sometimes combining between private and our public colleges and universities. And then, of course, I don't think that our adjuncts are compensated well enough. And you mentioned all the extra work they've done with COVID, and a lot of adjuncts go beyond just teaching in the classroom to assist their students. So I think this is a good bill that you're promoting. I mean, the best way to get these part-time adjunct professors healthcare and better pay and security is to create more full-time opportunities.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much for your testimony, your advocacy, and for all the work you do to help our students with their education.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, and enjoy the 15 minutes left of your afternoon before evening starts. Rotua Lumbantubing, followed by, well, actually, I think there's somebody we previously passed over is now online. She'll be followed by Todd Wolfson, and then we'll go back to Sarah Churchill. Welcome to the Higher Ed Committee. Go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Rotua Lumbantubing, and I'm an economics professor at Western Connecticut State University. I am also a proud member of CSEA-UP and the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm here to comment on Senate Bill 982 and to speak in support of Senate Bill 1105. As you know, faculty, staff, students, and families throughout Connecticut have been outspoken about making public higher education both affordable and equitable. Here in one of the richest states in the country, our public colleges and universities are neither. Our state's budgetary decisions prioritize racialized austerity over adequately funded social goods for all. The governor's budget benefits a handful of billionaires and multimillionaires at the expense of working class and middle class families. And it stunts economic prosperity by starving the publicly funded institutions that are the very engines of that prosperity. In short, our state's budget does not serve the interests of the vast majority of your constituents. One of many examples of this is the over-reliance on cheap and easily replaceable part-time faculty members at our state's community colleges. While I and other full-time faculty members are able to devote the necessary time our students need, our part-time colleagues' working conditions prevent them from doing the same. At the community colleges, a mere 25% of classes are taught by full-time faculty members. This is far short of the percentages at the CSUs, UConn, and indeed most other community colleges across the country. What does it say about our priorities when we are balancing the books on the backs of vulnerable faculty members who teach vulnerable students? For years, the community colleges have endured one blow after another, from the disastrous consolidation of the system and its ongoing dysfunction to the proliferation of a management team whose actions often seem indifferent at best and hostile at worst, to the gross underfunding and understaffing of student-facing workers who make the colleges run. The skewed ratio of part-time to full-time faculty is yet another blemish on the state's treatment of its community colleges. And it is a problem that affects not only the immediate stakeholders at the colleges or those of us who later teach the college's transfers, but all of our communities. Connecticut can do much better by supporting Senate Bill 1105. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your service as a professor in our systems. Does anybody have a question? I don't see any, but thank you very much. Todd Wolfson, followed by Sarah Churchill. Mr.
Hey,
Wolfson, go ahead.
Thank you to the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee and Senator Slapp and Representative Haddad. I am here today to speak in support of Senate Bill 1105. And I also just want to take a minute to thank my siblings in the higher ed Connecticut higher ed labor movement for paving the way for structural change to benefit higher ed students, workers, communities in the great state of Connecticut, which is where my parents live. But I am Todd Wolfson. I am interim national chair of Higher Ed Labor United, also known as HELU. We are a national coalition of higher ed union locals organizing across job categories, institutions, and states to build a wall-to-wall, coast-to-coast movement of higher ed workers that fights to transform our country's public higher education system into a public good in the public interest. I'm also a faculty member and anthropologist at Rutgers University in New Brunswick, and former president and current vice president of Rutgers AUP-AFT, which represents full-time faculty, grad workers, postdocs, and we're about to represent 2,700 adjunct faculty as well. And I'll just say HELU, Higher Ed Labor United, came together in 2021 around the urgent need to address the crisis of contingent labor in higher ed. For decades, higher ed has seen the mass casualization of our workforce. Not just faculty, but workers of all sorts have seen hours cut, positions redefined, and benefits slashed, often down to zero. The teaching profession has seen some of the most dramatic cuts. 50 years ago, 75% of teaching was done by tenure stream faculty, meaning the people who did our teaching had job stability, guarantees of academic freedom. Today, the numbers are inverted. At least 75% of teaching in the US is now performed by adjunct and contingent faculty who in almost every state have few, if any, workplace protections. They have poor wages, no healthcare and retirement benefits, no workload safeguards, and no academic or intellectual freedom. And I want to be clear here, adjuncts and contingent faculty are not the problem. The problem is the condition of contingency. Research has demonstrated what we all know to be true. Adjunct and contingent faculty are excellent teachers and excellent mentors. For us to build and sustain quality higher education systems, we need to make sure they have jobs that allow them to put their talents and passion to use in the long term. That's why this bill is so important and is a national model. It's a first step at asserting the principle that our system of public higher ed, especially when serving the high need students of our community colleges, must have stable, respected, sustainable workforce. Looking forward, it's also critical that we do more than set these kind of minimums as laid out in this bill. We need to ensure that the generations of adjunct and contingent faculty who are in our systems are the first in line to get the new jobs. Ending the crisis of contingency should mean offering current adjunct and contingent faculty access to full-time work when and where they seek it. We also need to make sure that colleges cannot use new staffing requirements to avoid growing the full-time teaching faculty. Without proper oversight, colleges might use new requirements as pretext for speeding up work. That is putting more work on full-timers rather than growing the full-time pool, or simply downsizing courses, departments, and even majors where they don't want to do the hiring that's needed. And finally, we need to make sure for those workers who remain adjunct and contingent that they get equal pay for equal work, academic and intellectual freedom protections, and access to benefits like healthcare, retirement, family leave, and more. So I'm here to thank you again for allowing me to join you on behalf of a national movement to rebuild higher education as a public good. I commend you all for showing the country what leadership looks like. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions for people from the committee? I don't see any questions for you, so thank you very much. I appreciate your taking the time to testify from New Jersey. Here, your expertise is helpful. Sarah Churchill? Sarah is scheduled to be followed by someone named Callie Gale Heilman. I don't know if that person is in the room. She signed up to testify remotely. She's not online, so you might have the last word here.
Well,
you can
good
go ahead.
evening. I'm Sarah Churchill. I'm honored to be headlining the comment section today. I'm a resident of Fairfield and an adjunct instructor at Housatonic Community College, where I've been teaching for the last 5 years. I'm testifying today in support of SB number 1105. And I'd like to sketch out for you what this ratio with 75% adjunct teaching actually looks like. Since I teach art history, I'm going to use my own discipline to put these percentages into perspective. In the spring of 2022, we offered a total of 74 art history courses across 12 community colleges. These 74 courses were taught by 43 faculty members. Of those, only 6 were full-time. Of those 6 faculty, only 1 is a full-time art history professor. Across all 12 community colleges, that means we just have 1 single full-time art history professor that I am aware of. Now, to summarize, that means that 86% of all art history courses taught in the spring of 2022 in the community college system were delivered by adjuncts, which is actually higher than the system average of 75%. This means that 86% of our art history courses are taught by faculty who can't participate in community work, can't advise students, can't build transfer agreements to 4-year programs, can't create partnerships with local arts institutions, can't generate internship opportunities, can't arrange field trips, can't fundraise, can't attend teacher training workshops, can't coordinate visiting artists lecture series, can't pioneer pedagogy and curriculum, can't publish, can't advise admissions, can't serve as chairs, and much more, unless they're willing to do that work for free. And I'm here to tell you that many of us do, myself included. Our students are not served by this disparity. At Housatonic, where I teach, I'm one of 3 part-time art history instructors, and there are 0 full-time. I can assure you it's not because our classes aren't popular. In fact, they're usually pretty full. But because we lack full-time representation as faculty, we're not present at the table when decisions are being made about how our discipline is taught and who's being hired. We can't grow or change because we're being managed by faculty who are not in our discipline and don't understand our unique needs. We aren't eligible for benefits, and we aren't eligible for tenure or any kind of promotions. And this is what inequity looks like for me at the faculty level. I've been for 5 years at Housatonic, and I'm going to be graduating with my PhD this year. And I would really love to stay as a full-time faculty member. But if I cannot find a full-time position, I'm going to be forced to leave, possibly leaving Connecticut. I'm asking you to leverage the investment that you've made in me as one of your adjuncts, and please support SB 1105 to end the adjunctification of higher education in Connecticut. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your 5 years of service just teaching students here in Connecticut. Thanks for the volunteer work, I guess is what we're going to call it, the volunteer work between when you teach those courses as well, because I know that that benefits the students that you're teaching. And you know, I think that the purpose of the bill ultimately is to say that we should be paying you to do that work too. And that we should have more full-time faculty members. And so I appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions by members of the committee? We got a couple over here. Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, or
Hello.
close to it. And thank you for testifying. And I want to echo what the good chair said, and I want to thank you for your 5 years of service. And I'm just curious, in your experience, and this may be a little bit of a biased opinion on your end, but have you noticed as the full-time positions and typically get cut more with the art history faculty as opposed to other disciplines? Do they seem to pick on you guys a little more than most?
Thanks for the question. I can't say for sure whether that the number of full-time art historians has been reduced or if it's just not an area that's ever been fully invested in. What I can say I see sometimes is that they they'll hire someone who teaches fine art, which is more of a practicing discipline, with the expectation that professors of fine art may also be able to teach art history. And I can tell you from experience, those are two very different disciplines that have very different training tracks, and our professional activities look very different. So that has been a concern for me. But in my 5 years of teaching at Housatonic, I have never seen a full-time art historian position come up.
Just curious, I know you have general education requirements, so somebody who may not be a art history major has to take so many courses to, to be well-rounded in different disciplines. Have you found, is there a lot of folks that are not art history majors that are enrolling in art history classes to fulfill that requirement?
Yeah, Representative, I can tell you that my art history classes are almost always full. And I am almost always at least once, if not 2 or 3 times, admitting extra students in my class, because art history does count as a gen ed requirement.
Yeah, I remember I took something similar, when I was in school about 150 years ago. And, and when at first I was being honest with you, I dread it. And then once I took it, I fell in love with history and the art history and the arts in general. And as I got older, I've even had more of an appreciation from it. And really, when I got exposed to it, in those college years, I realized that I had somewhat of a liking for it. For somebody who's not in the art field, you learn to appreciate it, and certainly how it's contributed to history and the value of it. So again, I do appreciate your service. Thank you for coming up here today, and thanks for your answers.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Representative Lanu. Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for Professor for coming in. What department does the art history fall under?
Sure. Art history falls within the Department of the Humanities.
Okay, so you're in the Department of Humanities at Housatonic. Another question is, so there's no full-timers at Housatonic for art history. You've given us the course load. Does Housatonic have a gallery?
We absolutely do. We have a museum with roughly 7,000 objects in it. We're lucky that we have a full-time director for that museum, and we now actually have a registrar, which is fantastic. But a big problem that we run into is that 2 people cannot manage an entire museum and find ways to make connections between our curriculum and the objects in the museum. So if we could have a full-time art historian on staff, that could be a responsibility for that position, is to make those connections between those 7,000 amazing objects and the curriculums that we have at Housatonic, and really across all 12 of our community colleges.
So you kind of answered my next question.
Okay.
So I think that in some ways there's I'm coming at this as a former college dean from an art college, kind of a lack of forethought, because it's kind of a natural connection between museum, gallery, and your art historians, where a full-time position makes a heck of a lot of sense moving forward.
I have to agree with you.
Especially since almost every college that I can think of has a gallery and or museum component. I want to thank you for your service. Good luck on defense.
Thank you.
And
I need it.
I'm sure you'll do well. And thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging my questions.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? I don't see any. So thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your time. Our goal was to finish by 5 o'clock, and we're 2 minutes over. Oh, well. We blame Representative Cooley. Yeah. I don't see anybody else in the room sort of flagging me down as somebody who might have previously signed up but didn't. So with that, we'll close the public hearing, and thank you very much for your collective testimony. One really gets applause after one of these things. Yikes, it makes me nervous.